Hey, we're live. How is everybody doing? Just thought I'd grab some Dr. Pepper, guys. And definitely. I'll be right back in a minute, guys. Oh. There we go. Get some light in here. And definitely, so guys can see me. Also at the back here, you can see how I've kind of roped off my studio area, guys. Definitely. So that way, nobody can sneak up behind me while I'm filming. Also, too, I made a bigger area compared to what you've seen on TikTok, guys. Definitely. And hope everybody's doing well today. Definitely. Getting comfortable here. Definitely. And that. So anyhow, just to let everybody know, I got my first COVID-19 vaccination last Saturday, guys. Definitely. And my next one won't be until like closer to September, the fall. So for my second and final one, definitely. And so that's already booked, and that kind of stuff like that too. So that is quite awesome. Tomorrow is going to be kind of I guess it's going to be a relaxed day. I will be doing some 60-second TikToking as well. Since now TikTok allows 30-minute videos, which is great, and that kind of stuff like that too as well. And so that's going to be quite awesome. Again, I will be clearing. Clear my coach on TikTok, so that way I can do a live stream tomorrow. So that way it's not taking up so much room and blocking my cameras and that kind of stuff like that too as well. So that's going to be quite awesome. Everything's basically all caught up. Definitely. I will be doing some more 60-second TikToking, like comedy and that kind of stuff like that. No haunted house this year, guys. Definitely. Taking a break from it this year. I usually do every year, live from at home here. This year we're taking a bit of a break from the haunted house, and maybe we'll pick it up next year, or probably the year after. Hopefully by next year, October next year, we'll probably be able to pick it up again. Not a problem. And so not saying there's not going to be Halloween shows on live TikTok that I normally do. Just won't be the haunted house. It'll be something different. I think it'll be more. I think it's just going to be more just everyday 60-second TikToks, that kind of stuff like that, and probably mixed in with a bit of a kind of a party happy hour kind of thing. One person party hour, that kind of stuff like that. It'd be a little different, totally a little different. Meaning that the Halloween decorations are not going to go up. Well, maybe I will put some of them up. No, I don't think I will, because normally I usually just put them up for the haunted house. So, because the haunted house, no sense of putting them up. And generally for that, but man, nice cold Dr. Pepper. Awesome. I guess we're in. They're kind of early this year. we've seen signs of fish flies, but I close the windows before the big fish flies start storming in. So signs showing that yes, fish flies are starting trying to come out, and they're actually I think they're early this year. But so I keep my window closed until I know for sure there's no that they're done with. So when I see them start, so basically they can just stick to the windows. They're not coming in through the windows. Um, Definitely like they like to. So they're not as thick right now, but usually about July, August, they get really thick. Near the end of July, usually near the end of July, the first weekend of August is where they really get thick. So where they really get bad. But so far, I've just seen the little babies trying to come around, but the fish flies. So I know they're not that far behind. Um, Definitely. Um, so just sit back, relaxing. I was watching some movies today, that kind of stuff like that. Sit back, kind of relaxing. Um, Going through, kind of go through my movies, see what I got doubles of, because sometimes I do have doubles. Um, and if I run into any doubles, that I pull them off the shelves. Excuse me. Also, too, who knows? I may sit back and might watch a movie on my VCR too. I got a couple VHSs and that kind of stuff like that too as well. But I kind of changed things around so I got more room to walk around. So this time, if I'm doing a bit of a happy hour party show, like I like to on TikTok, I'm not going to fall over stuff. This way, shelves can't fall over. Um, they're up. Actually, I'm smart this time. They're up against the walls. Um, so I don't have them in my way to trip or fall on if I'm up and dancing around on TikTok or something. Still don't have that much room or space, but that's okay. I made it a little bit bigger, but and so anyhow, we got a viewer in today. Welcome on in, and I'm gonna get rid of that. Totally get rid of that. Also, too, I got the table over here behind me too, as well, and I've got a good focus of the camera. So maybe sometime in the summer we'll probably just do regular chess games. It won't be the haunted chess games, but as we were hoping, but probably set up for regular chess games, depending on how my lighting holds out. Now I don't have my stage lighting, my normally in-home stage lighting from my computer on today. Definitely, but I will turn them on. Definitely. And that, but yeah, that'll be quite awesome there too as well. Not a hot day today. It's more of a chilly, damp, cold day today. But um, other than that, most days it can get very hot. That kind of stuff like that during the summer months, kind of thing. So the back hallway there is look. Oh, I hit the strobe lighting. So Canada Day live from my home, guys, is finished up. I did complete that with the audio, digital, strobe lighting, fireworks sound effects show. We kind of closed that up kind of earlier. The Legend of Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. I think that's spooked a lot of people. Definitely. You can catch those on my YouTube channel here, totally. And in some of the earlier shows of it, I did during the Haunted Hunter's Cabin, going back to what 2014, 15 that I did. Started off the Haunted Poker Game Challenge, Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin Game Mission Challenge, and that kind of stuff like that. Where we were actually then when we were able to go outside. And definitely, I can go outside now. I'm vaccinated now, so I had my first vaccination last Saturday. So yeah, I can go out now. And definitely, but and then I get my second one this fall, so in September. So that'll be quite good. But now there's really not much to do. But since everything is slowly trying to reopen, but still not much to do yet. As far as actual activities and that kind of stuff, that part. I think we'll wait until next year before we see a lot of those. Probably, hopefully, maybe we will see those pretty soon too as well. But yeah. Just wanted to do a quick check-in. I'm gonna do a quick. Just so everybody knows, yes, there is proof that I'm vaccinated, guys. Definitely. Do a flash. Do a fast flash. And definitely, that was for my first one, but like I said, that was just waiting on my second one now. Definitely, which will be the fall. So, will be September. So, oh man, bending over too much, making sure all my cords are plugged in and make sure they're all working. At first, when I was doing Canada Day live from at home this year, I had a bit of a technical complication with the strobe lighting a bit. Getting the light to work. So I kind of had to kind of boost the plug for it to work to actually flash. And that, but we managed to get that working, not a problem. Or I got that working, not a problem. So kind of updates, that kind of stuff like that, and I will be doing. I will be going live on Instagram probably sometime this week too, as well, because I haven't been live on Instagram for a while. Sometime again, it's that's just time of year where it's kind of relaxing and that kind of stuff like that. And taking a bit of a movie breaks and that kind of stuff like that. I did a couple lives on TikTok. Now, when I go live on TikTok, guys, I actually I actually watch my kind of times and hours when I go live on TikTok, because there's certain times during the week or after certain hours where it can get TikTok can get very people on there can get very toxic. Now it's been pretty good. I've been getting a lot of good people, but I kind of know the nights where you get all the troublemakers, you get all the trolls, you get all the bullies coming out of the woodwork. Um, and definitely, usually between Thursday to Saturday night. Usually about after 8 o'clock at night and going into the midnight hours are not a good time to go live on TikTok. Live like this, because that's when all the trolls come out. Now during the week, sometimes during the day, about the afternoon, there's probably the odd few, but not as bad as they are after like when especially if it's a Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night after 8 o'clock at night is not a good time to be going live on TikTok. Definitely. Those like around the weekend at time frame or after 8 o'clock at night into the midnight hours. That's basically based on your own judgment. If you still feel confident to go live, or just wait till the daytime hours to go live when it's not so toxic. That kind of stuff like that, when when all the good crowd is on there, all your good people are on there. It's really basically on your own judgment call, more or less, more on that. That kind of stuff like that. This chair is getting very uncomfortable. I'm gonna get a pillow. Hang on a second, guys. Oh, there's one right there. I didn't have to get up. Definitely. Anyway, so I get fidgety on these chairs. I want to get one of those nice, comfortable, fancy office armchairs or gaming chairs that you can sit in. That's so comfortable. The leather you can sit in there. They got the armrests on them, and it also has drink holders in them. Definitely. So when I'm live, I can be more comfortable. Definitely, compared to these old office chairs that got no arms on them, no rest arms on them. And like these ones reel around, they spin around, but the office ones, all they do is the gaming ones. Yeah, they spin around, but they're not the ones I'm thinking of are not on wheels. You can actually sit there, you could spin around, and you don't have to worry about wheels underneath you under the office chair, a gaming office chair, moving around on you and that kind of stuff like that. And you can be more comfortable, definitely. While you're on live social media like this and that kind of stuff like that, you can sit more comfortably, and then you can twirl around towards your TV set to play your games, like this way, right? Type deal. And you can play your Wii Nintendo, you can play your PS3 Nintendo, whatever you have, whatever you're into. I have PS3. I have Wii. My Xbox is not hooked up, but I do have an Xbox. Regular Xbox. My Xbox 360 is in the other room. It's my wife's Xbox 360 died out, but so I gave her mine, but I still have my regular Xbox back here somewhere. I just gotta sometime I'll buy another TV, so I can hook up the Xbox to it. Totally. Put it on a TV of its own. So other than that, I was just doing a quick update. Also, too, with Canada Day Live at Home, we covered kind of the Beer Illusion Magic Show, that kind of stuff like that. I really like that kind of stuff too as well. I had the magic hat out, kind of pulling beer out of there, Subway out of there, that kind of stuff like that, bag of chips out of there. That kind of stuff. Tiring today. Totally tiring today, guys. Definitely. No, it's not an side effect after the first vaccination and experience, nothing like that. I'm fine, actually. I'm not experiencing anything from that, but not most people would. But I'm not. I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine. Definitely. But my wife, when she had hers done too at the same time, she's feeling kind of a little tipsy turvy, if you know what I mean. Um, so just so you know, guys, that this and when I'm live on my studio, whatever, I've got kind of my studio area here, kind of at kind of what you call gated off. Definitely. Now, if it was gated off for COVID, that would be yellow. That first rope would be yellow. Both ropes would be yellow, and there would be a caution tape through the middle of it. Um, it's just set up so when I'm in my live when I'm live, um, it just it's if my wife's coming in from outside or somebody happens to stop in, um, it's just alerting them that I am live, more or less, not to bother me. Just to walk directly around the rope, um, sit off camera, more or less. Unless they choose to sit on camera, that's their own choice. But yeah, so I think that is actually going to. I think I might maybe no. I don't know how to, that'd be kind of hard to set that up differently, but there would be no room back there to walk, and then also to the coffee. My coffee counter is totally back there, generally on that other back wall. If I want to make myself a coffee or brew myself a coffee, that kind of stuff like that too as well. So, which I'm actually running out of too as well. So. But pretty soon, my wife is going to have to figure out where she's going to buy the coffee. Definitely. So she may have to buy it up at Foodland up here, but that's okay. Normally, she was buying it in Old Sound, but or through Tim Hortons itself. But yeah, so right now, when she does her shopping, she's doing a lot of it here right now. But yeah, so she'd have to buy it between Foodland and Tim Hortons. Just walk through up to the counter, ask to buy it, and walk in one door and walk out the other door. Buy what she needs to buy in one door and out the other door. Like it's like a walk through right now still. That kind of stuff like that. So tomorrow, guys, are going to be my fun live streams. Tomorrow, guys, definitely. Maybe there might be a bit of a comedy hour. Depends kind of how the day goes. So again, I let the day lead itself. Same if it's nighttime. When I'm live, I'll let the evening lead itself. So let's kind of let the comedy gradually flow on its own, more or less. And that kind of stuff like that. So depends, like if I'm in a good sense of humor mood or whatever day it is or whatever. Depends on how the day is going, then the comedy will flow through on its own. It'll come to me naturally. I just let it come to me naturally. Same when I do the magical illusions, guys. With the beer illusions out of the hat, it just comes to me naturally. I don't come on here expecting that to happen. It just comes naturally. It's just natural talent that comes to me naturally. It always has since I was a kid. No, I don't. I don't make money from it. I didn't go into a career of it. I don't make money on it. That kind of stuff like that. It's just hobby. It's just something I enjoy doing because I'm an idiot. But yeah. It's, but in the long run of it all, it is very amusing. People get a laugh out of it. Who knows? Maybe I may surprise, that may surprise you. You could see an actual case of an actual large case of 24 come flying out of that hat. Get ready to catch. Definitely. Because when she comes jumping out of there, it comes jumping out of there. You got to be quick. The hand's got to be quicker than the eye, like they always say. And definitely, no, I cannot reveal to you how I do those tricks. Definitely. Um, I still respect the code of Merlin. Definitely. Um, I cannot. Under the respect of the secrecy of it, I'm not going to reveal how I do those. Especially when it comes down to pulling beer out of that English. My old orange hat there, the magic hat back here. That I have my drag queen crown on. Um, Definitely, whatever comes out of that, like Subway or McDonald's, or I'm not going to reveal how all that hat sets up. Um, Definitely with Subway or chips or beer coming out of there. We had not had a full bottle of JD come out of it yet, or a bottle of Captain Morgan's, or a bottle of moonshine come out of it yet. I'll tell you. Some month I'm working on that. Some month I'll work on that master that trick for you guys. Definitely. Um, yeah, I may pull a fast one on you. No, just kidding. Um, Definitely. So it'd be quite interesting. Very comical. Definitely. Um, very, 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 very shocking. Definitely. But yeah. Like I said, they don't call me the Gypsy Rover for nothing. That is an old camp name. So, um, amongst friends and that kind of stuff like that. That's not my real name. Everybody thinks that's my real name. No, that is not my real name. Just the T Plane is, because the T Plane stands for Timothy Plane, Tim for short. Um, the Gypsy Rover is just a summer camp nickname. Because from time to time when I do my live shows on here, I do drag queen, kind of in drag queen, which I become Lily Annie. I become Felicia Lily Annie. Definitely. Um, when I'm kind of all pretty up looking, and you know that kind of stuff like that, and I forgot when I don't fit in my pink shorts now. I've gained too much weight since these times started, so I gotta mend them. That kind of stuff like that, and hopefully I can lose some weight so I can fit back into them. Um, I definitely gotta get the wee on the go. Um, and definitely, so I can fit back into them. But yeah, so that is gives you a little bit of outline, anyways. Um, Other than that, Sleepy Hollow TikTok is the channel I am on. Indefinitely. I am also on the now Sleepy Hollow TikTok. Um, is part of Witch Talk. Definitely. I'm on several TikTok channels, guys, because, like I said, TikTok's got different channels. There's individual channels now for TikTok. I'm on native TikTok. I'm on LGBTQ TikTok. Sleepy Hollow TikTok is my TikTok channel. I tried doing a Rotary TikTok for the Rotary Club. Um, Indefinitely, but that was only a one-time temporarily TikTok channel that I put up there for last Christmas and last summer. Just because they didn't have the fair going and that kind of stuff like that. So I started up Sleepy Hollow TikTok, because I'm a big fan of the Sleepy Hollow movie as well. And definitely. No, I've never so far. Christian TikTok has not crossed any of our channels, which I'm surprisingly, because now with TikTok there is all these different channels now, individual channels. It's just like satellite TV or cable TV. TikTok has all these different channels now that come through. So you can end up on any side of TikTok at any point in time. Just be respectful, whatever TikTok comes marching through. If it's British TikTok, if it's Scotch, if it's Highlander, Scotch TikTok, Irish talk. If it's Newfoundland TikTok, Newfie TikTok. Chinese TikTok, Japanese TikTok, Korean TikTok, Palestinian TikTok, Jewish TikTok, Jamaican TikTok, South African TikTok, Hawaiian TikTok, hippie TikTok. There's all these different channels out there totally now on TikTok. TikTok is growing compared to when it started, because when it started, it didn't have all these individual. You didn't have all these individual channels. Everybody was just. It was just TikTok. It was just one basic TikTok. You didn't have all these different TikTok channels. Like, everybody did not have their own independent TikTok channel like we do all through today. 2014 was not that many on TikTok either. There was only 10 people on TikTok back in 2014, 2015, compared to what we have today. We have all these individual channels, that kind of stuff like that. So we have all these different TikTok channels. So those people considering joining TikTok, do be advised that all our channels is kind of cross. Like, there's still basic TikTok, which is the first one that you basically start on. But be advised that our channels are going to hack into the basic TikTok channel. They can't really say it hacks, because it doesn't really hack. It just crosses over. It just crosses every single channel. Kind of, it's like New York City when you come to a red light. Traffic going too fast, and all of a sudden the light turns red, and boom, there's a big traffic jam. It's like rush hour through Toronto. All these TikTok channels are banging into each other, crossing over each other, trying to pass through or trying to go through. So you can end up on you can start on one TikTok channel and then find yourself when you wake up the next day on another TikTok channel. Or you could be on a different TikTok channel, depending on what audio you use. You can find yourself on any TikTok channel that crosses basic TikTok. So that's why I said it. So whatever happens, whatever channel crosses your regular basic TikTok channel, and you do end up on a Pacific channel, respect those channels, guys. Don't be rude. Don't be hateful. Those are everybody's individual private TikTok channels. There's millions and thousands, and there's more and more being created every day. There's police TikTok. They come through too as well. They cross right over through every single channel. There's fire department TikTok, paramedic TikTok. There's medical TikTok. There's military talk. There's Freemason, Illuminati, Masonic TikTok. There's Amish Mennonite TikTok. I'm surprised that there's an Amish Mennonite TikTok. I guess it must be the young kids or whatever, the newer order of it. I don't think it would be the older the older grandparents of it. But I think it is young grandkids of it. that are running these channels. Definitely. Of course, there's the Bible thumping TikTok with all Christian TikTok, all the Bible puppets, where they do all their preaching and everything else, they're praying and, all their devil language worship. There's also satanical TikTok that comes through and from time to time too as well. It's just the way TikTok is, guys. Definitely, that is the way that app is. That's the way that site is. And be advised that you are gonna find yourself from one TikTok channel to another. Definitely. There's actually, even through these times, there's actually a COVID TikTok, 19 TikTok. I'm surprised somebody would actually name the TikTok channel COVID-19 TikTok. That's the one COVID Elvis comes through on. That's his channel. Definitely. So that's probably why I see a lot of them, because all these TikTok channels on the internet here is crossing over big time, banging into each other. On every single day, every hour. There is also political TikTok to do with what's going up at Parliament Hill, that kind of stuff like that too as well, with the provincial, federal government, municipality governments, that kind of stuff like that. There's CTV news TikTok. So you could, at any point in time, you could sign up. When you sign up to TikTok, you originally sign up for basic TikTok. Don't get comfortable, because you're not going to sit there forever, because all these other channels are going to come through, and you're going to find yourself cornered on these channels when you're least expecting it. So don't complain, show respect. If you get a shocking surprise, you can end up on gay TikTok. You can end up on LGBTQ TikTok, Sleepy Hollow TikTok, which is my TikTok. Definitely could come through. Any of these channels on the algorithm can come through. And you won't be sitting on basic TikTok for long. You could all the time when you're going to do a TikTok channel, based on the audio you use, you can find yourself on these actual channels. We'll pick up your videos. Definitely, we'll follow you. We'll follow and comment your video. It's an automatic thing with the algorithm, computer, digital, internet algorithm. Definitely, it's the way TikTok is. Definitely. Now, too bad I was shocking. Too bad YouTube couldn't be like TikTok, or Instagram. All the ads could be like that. It would be quite comical and interesting. But no, that is TikTok for you guys. Right now, I am actually in the process of making up my homemade TikTok badge to carry around in my wallet, that kind of stuff like that. Just a paper one. Basically identify just that way. Identifies me as being a TikToker, because that's what I am, and I do it voluntarily. I don't get paid to be on TikTok. I'm not employed by TikTok. I am actually I actually volunteer my time an hour to be on there. Because like I said, I do pay into the app when I pay for my internet service. Like, some areas do have to pay to belong to the app, to their internet service. That goes on their bill. They get billed for. But yet, there is those areas where people can get on there and don't have to pay a cent to be on there. And also too, there's people there that are actually employed by TikTok that actually gets paid to be on TikTok. If you live in this United States, the United States will pay you and employ you and pay you to be on TikTok. We don't have that option here in Canada, fortunately. We're not that lucky. Definitely. So we don't have rights, or I can't say, yeah, I guess I can put it that way. We don't have the system or have the equipped system in our Canadian TikTok office does not have the equipped system to run a TikTok creator fund here in Canada. So we don't have access to that. We are not getting that. That's only if you live in the United States. You are eligible for that. If you're an American citizen, you live in the States. That is a system that the States is running. Like that's Hollywood, California, the main where the main TikTok office is now located. The head people. Now we do have a Canadian head TikTok office here in Canada, out west somewhere, but the main big corporation of TikTok is in Los Angeles, California, which is off of Sunset, I guess off of east southwest of Sunset Boulevard. Something like that, they were saying, something like that down there. That bought over TikTok, and generally that's Gary V and his clowns that run the big high mucky fuck dogs of TikTok, if you want to put it that way. All your big pooty poos mucky fucks, if you want to put it that way. That run the whole entire shit show. That owns the actual app, that actually owns all the ByteDance music now, that kind of stuff like that. Is in charge of all the DJing services of it, and the approval of even when you create your own audio on there, that creates the approval at their end if they're going to let it go through, if they're not going to let it go through. So basically, they're the high circus clowns that runs the whole shit show, that owns it, is down in the United States. I'll put that a bit of a sense of humor there for you guys. Definitely. If I'm laughing, I'm joking, guys. Definitely don't take me seriously. But yes, but that is the main truth. Those are the guys that bought out TikTok from bought over from, because it used to be Hong Kong, China. It used to own TikTok, which was ByteDance China, was their office. It used to own it. Now they don't own it anymore. Gary V and his committees, Los Angeles, Hollywood, California had bought over Oracle, had bought out ByteDance, which is again, it's another radio station that took over ByteDance that now owns TikTok, which is something Oracle 1305 something Cuccio Oracle dot 115 FM or something like that in the States. I think have funny names down there for radio stations. I thought we did at first here in Canada, but I was hoping it would have been Chaos Radio out west, because I know the head manager that opened up Chaos Radio. He was my youth pastor for years. That would have, Fran, I am live. That would have bought. That would have been a Canadian thing to buy over the actual ByteDance, but I guess Oracle decided to beat him to it. Definitely, I thought it would have been the Kirshners. Of Fort, well, he was in Peterborough when I met him as youth pastor, but I thought he was the one that would have bought it over. Would have been Chaos Radio 91.1. But yeah, it is. He didn't. I think Gary V beat him to it in the States or whatever. Before he even knew it was even available to buy out the app. I think Oracle kind of beat Chaos Radio to it. Definitely, that kind of stuff like that. But it was kind of a shame, because I was hoping Canada here would have had the opportunity of owning TikTok, but it didn't happen that way. It came close to it last summer when it was being sold. In the process of being sold, there was a couple offers that wanted their hands on TikTok. There was Rick Kirshner and his radio station when he opened up in Ontario here, and his main office is out west in Fort McMurray, Calgary, Edmonton, Alberta area. Then Oracle kind of snuck their way in there. Gary V from Oracle Radio got in there, and he bought it over. So technically Canada lost the offer, but we came close to, our country came close to buying it out. If Oracle had to turn it down, if Gary had to turn it down and not bought into it, Rick would have. The Kirshners would have bought it, or Chaos Radio would have bought it. Definitely, that would have been a scary thought. Bad enough you listen to Chaos Radio, you got to listen to Christian preaching 24 hours a freaking day. I wonder what it would be like if they had were the actual owner actually owned TikTok. Definitely, that would have been a hoot. Definitely. And you think all the Bible pushing is bad on there right now? I'll tell you, if Chaos Radio had owned it, I'll tell you, there'd be way too much preaching on that thing. You get sick of it. Less music and less entertainment, and half those gross and dirty audios wouldn't last long. Totally. Because Chaos Radio is a Christian radio station. Definitely. But yeah, in one sense, I'm glad Oracle didn't buy it, and then Chaos didn't buy it. But in the other sense, if Oracle didn't buy it, then yes, there would have been two options. You would have lost TikTok forever, or Chaos Radio would have been your ownership of it. Definitely. But yeah, that would have been a big scary thought, because I've known Rick and his wife and his kids for years. Definitely, because they used to be the youth pastor. Used to be my youth pastors when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, growing up in Peterborough, before he went out west, before he opened up Chaos Radio, before he got his license and that kind of stuff like that, for everything like that. But yeah, that's why I was shocked that it didn't become. Do you have to do that one live? So yeah, so in one way, I'm kind of glad that Oracle kind of got in there. But yeah, if Oracle turned down the offer, there would have been two options left. One, would TikTok would have definitely would have went under forever. We would have lost it. Or Chaos Radio would have got their hands on it, and it would have been all full of Bible shit. Less song singing and dancing, unless it was Christian gospel music on there. It'd be full of it. Definitely. And a lot of the secular stuff would have been gone a long time ago. Because Chaos would not allow half the audio that's on there that you see on there, and that even that old audio that's on there, that's been on there, or some of the gross audio that people put it on there. Oh yeah, Chaos Radio is too strict Christian. They would have blocked it. Rick would have blocked all that stuff. He would have stripped it all off of TikTok. He wouldn't let you do any content unless it was Christian content, or it was Bible related content. And definitely he would have been a lot more stricter than you think that Oracle is, shutting everybody off. He'd shut you off all the time. Definitely, if it was not Christian related content, or not up to Chaos Radio standards. Or if the audio is too sick and too gross, There'd be no swearing allowed on there, nothing. No drinking allowed on there, no smoke weeding on there. Chaos would have shut down your TikToks a long time ago if they owned it. You wouldn't be allowed. People on there wouldn't have been allowed to smoke the cigarettes on there because Chaos would block you off or shut you down. You wouldn't be allowed to have alcohol on there. Chaos would shut you down. If they had owned it, it would have been all full of church shit. Definitely. Of all the churches from around the world, big church youth rallies, everything else like that. That's what it would all be full of. All your musical content would have been totally 100% clean content. It would have to be clean content. It would have to be gospel Christian content. Is the way Chaos would have ran it. They wouldn't put up the perverted songs on there that we see today. Definitely. Because they would block your audio from being from the algorithm from actually picking up on it, and allowing the algorithm to post it. They would control the algorithm. They would manipulate the economy of the algorithm to their source of content, to clean content, to Christianity content. That's how Chaos would have been with TikTok if they had owned it. They had bought in it. Or the other option is TikTok would have went adios right off the internet in generally. And again, Chaos Radio wouldn't put up with the racism on there that we're seeing today. They wouldn't. They definitely would automatically those accounts that are getting racist on there. They would have just Rick would have just shut all those videos right off. Would have pulled them right off. Even everything down to the politicianal end of things is going on today. He'd rip all those right off there. Definitely, he's that type of man, evangelistic type minister, very strict Christian. He'd rip it all down off there if he owned it. He would be way worse than what Oracle is doing today. He'd be stripping the whole entire app of all negativity, all politicianal stuff. You wouldn't even be able to post the videos with you getting your vaccinations. He'd be stripping all that off. Definitely. It would have to be all 100% Christian-oriented, gospel, Bible preaching content, or Christian music content if Chaos Radio had owned that particular app, or got their hands on it and bought it. Before Oracle did. But that's why I said glad Oracle bought it. But see, Oracle is not a Christian-oriented radio station. It is mixed of everything. But it's not a Christian station or strict Christian or ran by Christian churches like Chaos Radio is, which is a full gospel radio television station. Definitely. So if Chaos had got their hands on TikTok would be not the way it is today. And probably would lose a lot of participants because a lot of people would quit it. And because again, it'll be only just the religious people on there, definitely. It would, because the non-religious people would get offended and quit. Definitely, because that's the type of impact Chaos has on the general public. That's why I'm glad they didn't. In a big sense, one sense, this is why I'm glad they didn't buy into it. Or Rick didn't buy into it. The Christianists didn't buy into it. But yeah, that's just why I wanted to share. But those would have been the options. Because from time to time, even though I don't go to church anymore and that kind of stuff like that, I'm not considered religious. I never was religious. I was always spiritual, but never religious. But I haven't been going to church since I was a kid. I got out of it a long time ago. But I know exactly where they would be coming from if they owned it, or what I know exactly the way they would run it, or the way he would run it, or how his committees would run it, or how his station would run it. Um, and definitely there'd be a lot more people booted off there, way worse than you're seeing today. Um, Definitely, it would have been it would have been terrible. And the non-religious people wouldn't stay on an app that was controlled or owned by religious people. Um, Definitely, or their businesses, or their radio stations, or their a Christian media system or whatever. It's a type of thing, and I don't blame a lot of people. Don't want. But that's what you would have got stuck with if Oracle didn't buy it. If Chaos Radio had bought it here in Canada, that's exactly the propaganda you'd be stuck with. Being on TikTok, or what you would have to work with, because the audio you see that people create on there today, even my stuff to do with the Legend of Haunted Hunter's Cabin, would be ripped off. Definitely if Chaos Radio owned it. Or me getting on there having a few beers or whatever, boom, Rick would have stripped it off. Or people drinking wine, or those people that do cannabis or whatever. Oh yeah, he'd kick all that. He'd kick all yous off. Totally, he'd kick you all off there in a heartbeat. He is that very cannabis phobic, and alcoholism phobic. Talk about being phobinistic. He is every single phobinistic out there. Definitely, I hate to say that, but but he used to be my youth pastor, so I know him quite well. At a very, very personal level, definitely. This is in a way. This is why I'm glad that Oracle had bought it when they did, because half the stuff you're seeing on there today, everybody be asses be kicked right off there, totally. Because that's how phobinistic the guy is. Definitely. If it is not Christian oriented content, um, you talk about cancel culture. He'd cancel you right off there. He is that strict of a Christian. Definitely. That's how bad he is. If he was to own, if his Christian radio station had owned it, definitely, there would be way too many rules and regulations. Definitely, compared to what everybody complains about today. But just be grateful it's a non-Christian radio station that runs it. But if it was a Christian radio station running the thing, or a Christian media running it, people would disappear on it big time. Totally. Especially with the twerking, people that get on there and twerk or whatever. Oh no, you wouldn't be allowed to do all that. It would be, it would be totally cleaned out. No alcohol would be permitted. It'd be like Beagle. I think Beagle. That's probably why. Because I think Beagle's Christian oriented. That's probably why Beagle doesn't allow alcohol and tobacco products on there. I don't do any of that stuff. I drink the odd time myself, but that's probably why Beagle is the way it is probably because it's Christian owned of an app. So yes, TikTok would have turned out if Chaos Radio had owned TikTok here in Canada. Yeah, it would have been like Beagle. You wouldn't have been allowed. Right now, you're allowed to have your alcohol in there, but if it was a Christianly owned app, no, you'd be gone a long time ago. The alcohol would ban you. So would smoking cannabis, weed, or whatever, the people that do that kind of stuff. If the Kushner's owned it, if Chaos Radio owned it. They kick you off. They clean the app right out. Definitely. You wouldn't have account left. And there would be no coming back and appealing it because they would never appeal it. Once you're gone, Felicia, you're gone, Felicia. That's the way Chaos is. They boot you. There's no coming back or making up several accounts because they'd catch on. Definitely. And definitely because they would enforce your real name, your real birth date, your real information, everything. Before you get back on, even try to get back on the thing. You wouldn't be a success getting back on it like TikTok is today, where people can, come under different names or whatever like that. Oh, yeah, with Chaos Radio, no. They'd be enforcing your real name, your real date of birth. You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't even wouldn't be able to get access to your 60-second videos without providing your real name and information, and your real email address, everything. They would really be totally strict. That is how strict Chaos would have been if they had if they had bought into TikTok and owned it. That's why I said that's where Oracle's a little bit more lenient. And plus Oracle is not a Christian oriented type radio station, and neither is Gary Vee. He's not a Christian oriented man. So this is why TikTok's so easy today to get on. Even if they have a reason to kick people off, people we've reported certain people for certain things, and that's why they can keep coming back under different names, is because Oracle allows it, because they don't know who the person is, and they don't set up the algorithm to enforce to get your real information out of you, like your real name, your real date of birth, everything. Like Chaos would lock it in there, lock that in their data. They lock it all up in their software data. If it was owned by Chaos Radio, and you would not been able to go live, or do you even get into the 60-second videos without providing real information. And if you try putting like a false name or nickname or false birth date, they would not let you in into the app alone. They lock you totally right out until you provide your real information. Probably knowing Rick, he'd probably pop up the credit card information form stating you have to pay to belong to it and pay by credit card. Legally with TikTok is that lenient. They don't have that kind of a system. Like me, the district I'm in, yes, I pay for the usage of TikTok because I have to pay it through my internet service to belong to TikTok. So I get billed for it. But yeah, TikTok Chaos Radio would be making money off the site. Definitely. If they owned it. Not trying to give Gary any ideas, or I'm not trying to put any ideas in Gary Vee's head. And that kind of stuff like that. But no, that's what the bunch of Chaos Radio would do. Totally. You'd be going nowhere without providing that information. I'll tell you. That's how strict of a youth pastor I had. If he owned that kind of app, if he bought into it, if his radio station owned it here in Canada, but I'm glad he doesn't own it. He didn't get the chance to buy it and own it. His radio station. Excuse me, even though it is a good radio station, but in a way I'm glad his radio station didn't buy into TikTok. Definitely. People, because there'll be a whole lot of people not getting on it. Definitely. and all those audios that you see on there, all those gross swearing audios you see on there, um, you know, a lot of things you've been seeing on there, and that kind of stuff like that definitely would not be allowed if Chaos Radio had actually owned it. There would be a lot of clean out. Totally, because like I know the Kirshner's quite well. They clean the app right out. They would literally clean house on that app on TikTok. Definitely, that's the type of man he is. He wouldn't tolerate what I'm seeing on there today. What we see on there today. Chaos Radio would clean this whole shit show right out of there. And there'd be a lot of people that would be kicked right off there. Totally. And definitely. And they would enforce actual information, your real information, not false information. Like you keep coming back under. You would actually have to provide your real name, your real birth date, your real email addresses, and probably would actually what you call attach link a credit card information form. So before you even get on the site, you'd have to pay through a credit card to belong to the site or to belong to the app. No money, no funny. No party. Not even online. Definitely. You wouldn't be, half the people wouldn't be getting in there. Definitely. I don't know, maybe what would make things better, but I'm not trying to put any ideas in Gary Vee's head in by any chance to the head people that did buy it, but yeah, like I said, like I already pay for it through my internet service for the usage of TikTok itself. So yes, I do pay for TikTok to belong to it, but I pay it when I pay my internet bill at the end of each month. Where in some areas, like I said, some areas people don't even pay to belong to it. They access it for nothing and use it. And there's in the United States only, there's people that are sitting on created funds for it, are getting paid to be on there. That's probably why it's so full of bullies and trolls, because the bullies and trolls are being paid to be on TikTok, and that's probably why Gary Vee don't kick the bullies and trolls off there, is because they're employed by the head people that own the fucking thing. They're making money from the actual company that belong to it. This is what I said. Like I said, that's probably why they're big. they don't ever get dealt with. It's like remember when you guys were going through school? I know when I was a kid in school, the teacher there was always a teacher's pet. And there was always so much favoritism amongst certain student and teachers. It was called being a teacher's pet. Definitely, that was the king of the class or the queen of the class. Or nowadays the president of the class, or the class president, on top of your class clowns and court jesters. Talk about a chess game going on. Definitely. But yeah, those are examples, that kind of stuff like that. I just wanted to just kind of put that in. It adds a sense of humor here, guys, while we're on YouTube Live. But yeah, but like I said, like when I use these apps and that kind of stuff like that, I pay for them the end of each month to my internet provider. So they're being paid for on my internet bill. Definitely. So yes, I am paying to belong to them, like TikTok. I pay to belong to. So Definitely when I pay my bill every month. But that's why I said if Chaos Radio owned it, they'd be double dipping. Because it would have been mandatory for everybody to fill out credit card information forms before actually accessing TikTok. If they owned it. If Chaos Radio here in Canada owned it, Rick Kirshner owned it. Definitely. He is one of those what you call type of guys. He knows how to con for money. He conned half our church congregation for money when I was growing up. He is what you call a money god, if you want to put it that way. Because all he's out for is money, 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 money. He makes profit off of everything he freaking does. I can honestly tell you that because I know my youth pastor quite well, very personally. And I started to see through that when I was a kid. A lot of people were telling me that when I was a kid, was to watch him because he knew how to con and swindle, but I never believed him. But as I got older, I started seeing some things, but still I didn't care because I didn't care what type of personality the guy had. I was just the type of kid that was polite to everybody. That kind of stuff like that, and accepted a person for who they are, not for what they had dangling in the wallets, or having fat pocket wallets, or having fat pockets. Definitely. But yeah, there's a bit of a sense of humor there, but yeah, growing up, being in his youth group, and he used to be my youth pastor, that kind of stuff like that. Like even though his family was good to me and that kind of stuff as a kid, but I tell you, he was one of those high, rich ass propaganda, money soaking evangelists, charismatic evangelists. That we used to run prayer rallies just to soak your fucking pockets. Television evangelists. Definitely for years. He was like way up there for years, like as high as if you want to way up there, it'll be way at the top of the ladder. Like if you guys remember, Billy Graham Kendrick. The first spiritual founder, charismatic Southern Baptist vineyard, charismatic, high-fluking Pentecostal TV evangelist that ever lived. Again, he was up there with Kenneth Copeland. He was all up there with all these big high mucky fucks. If you want to put it that way, Benny Hinn, Neil Diamond, all these guys, all these big legendary guys. That's how high up Rick Kirshner is. He is that high. And coming from a police officer's community, being a police officer all his young life, that kind of stuff like that. And then he became made his money, became a big high fluke and success, that kind of stuff like that in the charismatic Southern Baptist evangelistic movement. As a big high television evangelist, charismatic, Bible thumping Jesus puppet, way up the top of the fruit ladder, as high as you can go. Definitely. I'd put that in. I'd like to put that in a sense of humor, but I know I went to his youth group as a kid, as a teenager, because he was working the Southern Outreach Center. Definitely on Highway 28 in Peterborough when I was a kid growing up. And that was a church I went to. I even started going to that church when it was in the town of Southern, because they used to have, when I was growing up in Peterborough, They started out as a small little First Southern Baptist church in the town of Selwyn, and that kind of stuff like that, which was called Cornerstone. It used to have a bus going around to the little welfare project neighborhoods that I used to grow up in, picking kids up for church, bribing us with candy. What else is not fucking new? To get us to go to church. And, way going to church out in the middle of fucking bumfuck nowhere. Totally. In a little tiny village town. And it grew from there. Totally. It was one of those churches that grew from there. It went from the town of Selwyn, went right into a high school in the city of Peterborough, where it grew more. Then it went into there's that damn bee again. Then it went into where before there was a store on Highway 28, before they got their building on that was next door to it on Highway 28, they were in like a garage, jumping around, bouncing around. Then they grew that garage, and then they finally bought the old Peterborough Fellowship Building Church, right next door to where the garage was. They bounced around on Highway 28, and now they got the big fancy church, big round. I call it big white round church. Of course, the church has to be white. Talk about being racist. And the church is more full of white people than anything. Not too many. But Oriental people culture, different culture people have gone through it. They don't discriminate. But they are very high charismatic. They went from a small First Southern Baptist to a high charismatic vineyard. And they literally grew their whole entire operation over the years, and that kind of stuff, and started impacting millions and thousands of people. That it was the first youth group in the city of Peterborough, where I grew up, that had, believe it or not, 69,000 fucking kids to one youth group. I'm like, holy shit. And yet you look at nowadays, because of social distancing and that kind of stuff, like they had to shut things down, but because of the COVID times or whatever. But if we went in this pandemic, oh yeah, that place would be packed 24/7. Totally. Still today. But yeah, they can't be today, so they had to shut that shit down. Government orders shut them down. But yeah, I tell you, that's hectic. And then, I move out here with my wife now. I'm older, and I see the churches out here. The only, even before these times, the only full church you ever see in this town is the Salvation Army. That the little Baptist church down the street, they're lucky if they don't even get 2 kids. They can't even run a youth group because they don't even have enough teenagers to go there. Even their Sunday school class, they only got like maybe 1 or 2 kids that attend. Definitely, probably, and most of the time, 9/10 of the time, only maybe 3 or 4 people in attendance in church. That's it. And they're just a small town regular Baptist church. That's what I said before this pandemic hit. Like the guy that was interning there before they found their minister, he says, "What the hell is Selwyn Outreach Center or the Toronto Airport Fellowship fucking smoking? To have all those fucking teenagers going to church." He said they must be running some type of fancy cult or something to get them in the door. Definitely. Because you can never, ever, even in my generation growing up, you can never, ever get teenagers to go to church. Ever. Not even kids to parents that raise their kids in the church. The youth are never in attendance when it comes down to Sunday church. I know my dad used to run the Seventh-day Adventist church in Brockville, and being a minister's kid myself, a retired minister's kid myself, um, they'd be lucky if they only got like maybe 3 teenagers to a fucking youth group. Generally, so I put it that way. But yeah, and on a Thursday or Friday night, and come Saturday morning, none of the teenagers in the youth group are in attendance. Maybe one or two. Sitting in the back there, just eating the pizza. No, they're not supposed to have it in the sanctuary. Well, the guy's trying to talk from the pulpit, and they're rude as hell. They're saying, and they're smiling, they're laughing, and it was always the kids that are raised in the church that says, bullshit. Fuck you. The minister, calling the minister's wife a fat fucking cow. I remember that. I remember going through all that. Lily pissing the guy off on the pulpit. Definitely. I've seen it all as a kid. Totally. I've seen it all. But this is why a lot of the smallest churches can't figure out how they can get how these big, high charismatic churches are getting all these teenagers through their door 24/7. And getting 69,000 to 100,000 friggin' teenagers on a Friday night. Or every Friday night, even come early Sunday morning or Sunday evening. Also, too, yes, for the rich kids of it, they run a private school. But I guess they always had made it was, if your congregation, you have your parent, you have your kids and, going to the church school, they have to attend church. They don't have a choice. Because it's part of their private school curriculum, because they're normally not in school on Mondays. They go to school from Tuesday to Friday. That's usually how the private system works. Now, I would have loved to go on to a private school, but I didn't have that chance because my mom couldn't afford to send me to private school when I was a kid. I would have loved to. Even growing up as a kid at Selwyn was the one that I was trying to take interest in, because I wanted out of the public school system. I wanted out of the secondary school system, but I never had that choice ever. So at least I wouldn't be where I am today, or struggling today if I had the opportunity to go to private school when I wanted to. It just didn't work out that way. Totally. Again, so it goes to show you, amongst these different groups, that there is different classes of people that don't fit in certain circles, or mix with certain groups, and we didn't fit for several different reasons, and generally, that kind of stuff like that. So, like, as I was growing up, as a kid, my father never being around or whatever. I'm not going to go into that. He paid for my sister to go to my older sister to go to private school, but he wouldn't. When my mom asked him if he would pay for me to go to private school, no, he didn't want to do that. He lied and said he couldn't afford it. But because it all had to do with the divorce and the separation, and probably because my mom denied me visitation rights to him or whatever she did. But yeah, so I got stuck in a segregated secondary public school in my childhood, definitely, that I didn't adjust to as well. Definitely. I just wanted to. I didn't want to go again. I wasn't going into any detail on that one, but yeah. But today, yes, this is why I said today I'm older. From time to time, yeah, and I'm living in the same town he lives in and whatever. Fortunately, because my wife dragged me here. If it's not him dragging me here, it's my wife. Now, but anyways, like I said, he's living his old retired life now, and he gone his own way long time ago, and I leave him at that totally. Um, from time to time, if he comes up and talks to me, that's different. If not, I don't worry about it much anymore. Like I said, because he's always been in his own world, which was never part of mine. So technically, he's gone his own way long time ago. I think more so it's Matt. I think he's more pissed off because my mom pulled me away from being raised in his church when he was running it. And the one I was supposed to have been baptized and raised in as. And my mom kept me away from him. And she raised me sent me to this Sunday Southern First Baptist Charismatic Vineyard shit show circus. And then now I'm older, I ran away with one. And finally learned how to jump a circus train. Definitely. But yeah. So there's a bit of sense of humor there. That kind of stuff like that. But that kind of stuff like that. So like I said, my dad lives his own life. I live my own life. Now, since I moved back out this way, I tried living with him. What was it? When I met my wife out here, things didn't work out that well, but I'm not going to go into any detail. Met my wife here. She wanted to try living in Peterborough, so she tried living in Peterborough. We got married there. We lived other places, then came back out this way. And then since I come back out this way, oh yeah, he's kissing ass now. Since he hasn't been in my life since I was 3 years of age. Now he's kissing ass. Definitely. So I think it's his way of apologizing or whatever, but which in a way, yes, I do forgive him, but I don't forget it. But yeah, since he's older, he's a senior. I don't put him through a lot of heartache over it. Definitely. Even though it's in my rights too. But I just don't, because he's a senior citizen now. He's up in his age. He's living the rest of his life comfort. He's lived his whole life without me. He can live the rest of his life now without me. He's so fucking used to it. So I he kind of brought a lot of that on himself, and he didn't realize that. I think he's starting to realize that now. In generally. But that's not putting it in a bad way, they kind of stuff like that. So basically, yeah. So he doesn't know. He never got to know me well enough since I was a kid or growing up. He chose not to be there while I was growing up. So he didn't know what I was a part of, what I was involved in, what I did all my life. Who I hung out with, what I got involved in. What I used to do, or groups I used to get involved in to support myself, or other groups that were supporting me as a kid growing up, that kind of stuff. Because he was never there, so technically he's one of those people that can't really dictate my life, because he was never in my life to dictate it. You have to be in your child's life, raising your child, and know your child to dictate their life. So if you lose as an ex-husband, lose the opportunity to your child because your ex-wife takes your child away from you, like my mom did, and she says, fuck you, adios, amigo, the kid has nothing to do with you, I'm keeping the kid away from you, she keeps the kid away from you, you have no rights being a father to that kid if you were never a father to that kid to begin with. And that kid grows up without you. That kid can make decisions of his own when he's old enough or she's old enough. You have, as a parent, you're not even a father anymore. You're You're a government fucking project that the government makes money off of to get back at you to get the child support payments out of you for those kids. That's how bad of a system it is. And I don't even have any kids because I can't have any kids. But I'm just going on an experience, me growing up without them. Definitely. What he's missing out on, or seeing what I went through. Where was he? Like, example, I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm not saying this in a put down way, not putting it in a way or in a hateful way. Where was he when I was going through fucking ice hockey? Where was he when I was going through Army Cadets? Where was he my own whole entire life? He was never there. He was just as bad as the almighty so-called father in the sky that technically couldn't show himself. Definitely. he was like God. You never seen him. Totally. Never been around. Now he thinks he's God too, but haha. Nah. I laugh at that. Totally. But yeah, those are just, I'm just giving you guys kind of some examples of what I went through as a kid, kind of stuff like that. And this is what we do on social media, guys. We just kind of encourage other people because of our lifestyles we were forced to live, so other kids don't ever have to live this lifestyle that somebody like me would have experienced. But that's why I said, like, when I was going as a little kid growing up, he was never there. He was never there. And he never allowed my older sister to be there either. Even if it was by her own choice, that's always fine. But no, visitation rights. My mom took those away from him a long time ago when I was a kid. Like my, growing up, I can't say she was the brightest light bulb in the package, but yeah, she kept a lot. She deliberately, abusively kept me away from him. Totally. And she used to tell all her Dutch friends, her Jamaican black friends, all the horror stories about him in Peterborough. She used to have a mouthful to say about him when I was even a kid in front of me as a kid. And I sat there, and how many years of not being able to see him, and how many years did I try defending him, and she always had proof. I don't know how, but she always had evidence. She always had proof to back her, to back what she was saying to me up. She was always smart enough to back her shit up. Very truthful of it all the time. I don't know how she ever did it. Even to this day, I don't want to know even how she did it. But in her funny ways, she made me see the truth about him. But I kind of watched a lot of, over the years, I watched a lot of shit under the rug, totally, of her into things, definitely. Then then after I moved back out this way, I heard she passed away in, what was it, 2017. That kind of thing like that. But and even to this day, I was shocked to hear that she went. I think I would have been in very bad shape if I had to travel. I chose not to travel down to her funeral because I even moving out here, I took a nervous breakdown on the Greyhound bus and almost got my ass kicked off. Totally. So you think I was going to travel back that way to a funeral on my own, unsupervised? No. I would have been stranded in Toronto for sure. Going nowhere. Indefinitely. I wouldn't have been able to hold myself together, and I was not going to allow them to actually physically sedate me, which they had planned to do when I got down there. That my body level would not be able to control the weight of, with me only being like 90 pounds, 95 pounds, not light as a freaking feather. Definitely. They were totally going to they had plans to totally drug me up and take me up to my mom's casket. That's another reason why I backed out from going down. Like I said, I was going to say, like, fuck you. You're not going to, against my will, sedate me and to a very heavy level where I would actually have to be taken away from my wife and be put into a psychiatrical unit for the rest of my life because you sedate me with totally that they were going to have the funeral home totally sedate me so bad to take me up to my mom's casket, with me being her only son. Definitely left. That's what my older sister had planned. I'm like, fuck you, you're going to do that. Because I seen you do it to my uncle when he lost his kids and wife in a car accident. And I know how bad the narcotics that they injected totally sedate. It's different than getting a regular vaccination. They actually sedate you to a very psychiatrical level, to the point you go mentally fucking nuts. I'm already halfway there now. That's my whole life. But I don't need no funeral home freaking sedating me psychiatrically. What they wanted to do. Definitely. And then drag me up like a Jew up to my mom's casket. Drag me up like a bunch of fucking Nazis. No way. I know my mom's father was a Nazi, but that was different. That was him, not me. But yeah, that's what they had planned to do down in Peterborough, and I said no. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving nowhere. I'm not leaving my home. I'm not even chancing on taking the bus down when they had their celebration of life or when they had their funeral and that kind of stuff like that. If I couldn't get privately carpooled down and back home safely, I was not going down there by myself. They wanted me to go down there by myself. My wife apparently was not going to be welcome down there because he didn't want her to see what they were going to do to me. No. Indefinitely. This is why I played it smart, and I said no. I wasn't going to travel. I was not going to travel. That year, that summer, when they did my mom's funeral after she died, I said no. I am not stepping foot in that fucking city. Nope. I said no way am I going to travel alone. If I cannot be privately carpooled down to it and back under proper support worker care, which I was denied, then to protect me from that shit happening, I wasn't going anywhere. I was not going anywhere, neither by train, neither by bus, or taking the chance of getting stranded in Toronto and going missing myself in Toronto, even though I do know my way around Toronto. But going through Toronto to a funeral in the Peterborough, yes, that's the part where, with my kind of disability I have, I'd go ape shit in Toronto, getting halfway through Toronto, and I probably anything would have happened in Toronto. Once I got in Toronto, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it back this way because I would actually go missing. I could have ended up as a missing person. If I had have been liable to travel under those anxiety depressions, and not being able getting into Peterborough for that funeral and then back out this way, I'd be in no condition, especially when they were forcing me to travel by myself without a private carpool, being privately carpooled with actual support workers, or and that kind of stuff like that. There was no way I was going down to that kind of a situation. Not having anybody there to protect me, to stop them from actually going to sedate me against my will. Definitely. And definitely, so this is why I played smart. And I said to my wife, I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying home where it's safe. And this was before this pandemic even started. Definitely. There was no way that summer was I going anywhere. But at least my sister did give in. My older sister, I was grateful. She did give in. And she did send me up my mom's ashes, a little bit of my mom's ashes, and a few pictures of my mom, definitely in the mail. That kind of stuff like that I wear around my neck, a little bit of urn with a bit of an ash in it, across her, but and a few pictures of mom. But that's about it. Then I heard one of her sisters passed away, and all her brothers passed away. A couple of them passed away before she did, and she passed away, and then her older brother passed away after she did. So again, there's just the one uncle I have in Toronto, and the one aunt that wants to go into a senior home. I don't know why she wants to go into a senior home. She's a retired nurse, but it's her choice. She's up in that age. And then all the rest is just a bunch of cousins that are left. Totally just a bunch of cousins. They got again, they talk to me now and then on Facebook Messenger, but they got their own way. Tony, my cousin Tony, he's gone his own way. He's too rich for me. If anything happens to my wife, no, and I had to rely on a family member to look after me. None of the family that I have left, no, they would not want the responsibility of me. They would not want their life disrupted. Those are the type of relatives that are left. Definitely, because they're too comfortable and happy with their fucking life. Definitely, especially my cousin in Montreal. He'd be like, he would not want me up in his lifestyle. Totally, I'd be too much of a burden or a pain in the ass. That's why us three boys, cousins, got called the 3 T's. Because we know the hell out of each other. We're so good at it. But yeah, Terry be the same way. He'd be like, if something ever happened to my wife and I had to go back to Peterborough, no, Terry would be the only one left that I would have to roommate with. He'd be like, no, sorry. Street, you can sleep on the street. He's that rude. He'd leave me stranded. Tony, he's up in his age. He's typical as Spanish Italian. He'd be like, nope, no. He's college university educated. He's up in his nose, up in his money with his doctor career and a brain neurologist and a part-time musician. He won't want the time of day for me. He'd be the same way. Sorry, go sleep on the streets. So technically, yeah, both ways. Where I grew up, or even down in Montreal, Quebec, I'd be stranded. Definitely. There'd be nobody left to look after me. and when my mother passed away, she did not make arrangements in case of an emergency. If something ever does happen, I hope it never does, but anything ever happens to my wife, my mom never made any will or made any court arrangements on who I'm supposed to fucking go to in a case of emergency. Even though she knows that I'm married, right? But if something ever happened to my wife, before she died, she didn't think shit through. And definitely, so there's no legal, for me, there is no legal power of attorney, nothing. If I ever get to the point am not able to look after myself to look after me, because she did not make those decisions before she died. She did not think about what's to happen to me, or who I'm to go to. Definitely, because she knows I'm married. But what she kind of expects my wife to live forever. Definitely. People do get ill, they get sick. I mean, I'm not like something ever did happen to her. My mom didn't think shit through. My mom didn't think to do a will. She didn't think to do anything. And knowing that, my older sister wouldn't give a shit, because all she's after is money and material things. Of course, my father's never been in my life, so my stepmother definitely would not want the responsibility. She'd take off her own way. So this is what I said. So like I said, I basically stuck to survive on my own. So anything to do with my own medical appointments, whatever, I have to do myself, or fight to look after my own health and wealth. Definitely, I no longer have agencies. They're ready to deal with me if something ever happens to my wife, because they were never court appointed by my mom. Not even a Peterborough one, for it to go in on my paperwork, even transferring out this way. That didn't go through. But like I said, she did not make any attempts to make any court decisions. What's to happen to me? I'm basically dog shit on the side of the road. And generally, the way she left things undone, she just went ahead and died. I know that was not under her control. It was her timing, even though it was too early. She died of Huntington's disease, but she knew when she knew she was sick or she was diagnosed, she did not attempt to make any arrangements whatsoever in going to a fucking lawyer, making a fucking will, or going to a federal court judge and saying, my son is married, but he has a disability, he is diagnosed with several disability, mental health disability. He's on disability. He has a wife, but what's going to happen if something happens? His wife ever takes ill or something ever happens to his wife? Where's he going to go? She didn't think about that shit. And most mothers should be thinking about that shit before they take ill or before they get sick, or if they know they're diagnosed or they're getting sick, and they know they're not going to live long. Most mothers would make up a will or think about their fucking son. Totally. Or their kids, no matter how old they get, would still think about, okay, especially if there's somebody like that's not, for an example, if there's somebody like that may not be on assistance, then they're not going to be so worried about it. Somebody like me that has a disability, mostly I thought she would be more concerned of than anything, like she always been, or like put a power of attorney in place or whatever. She didn't have any money to leave behind, but again, it just her senior check that they wouldn't take back or whatever, that had to be split between my sister and I, and that was split evenly. That's all it was. She wasn't a rich person, but she did not think of the other end of who was going to look after me after she's gone, which she is now. Like even if marriages don't last forever. Like for an example, like let's say, because of all this that happened, with my stress level or whatever, and my wife had to walk out on me and left me alone and stranded. I would have been totally stranded on the streets out here, totally. That's why I said my mom didn't think shit clearly through, to say, okay, well, my son he's got a disability. Who is he going to go to? She didn't enforce court. She didn't enforce legal care for me in case of emergency. Like if something ever happened along with my wife passes on, when she's ready to, if something happens, she passes on, or if she had walked out on me, whatever the case may be. My mom, before she died, was not thinking about what marriage life really is like. Definitely, because not all marriages, like I'm just glad I've been married now for 14, 15 years. I'm surprised. Most women would, no matter what kind of class of women they are, they would have said "fuck you" a long time ago and walked out. In a situation like this, or their mother-in-law passing on, they wouldn't want to cope with the situation, like my wife did. But I tell you, even if it was an LGBT community relationships, oh yeah, the spouse will say, I can't handle this, fuck you, we're gone, bye. But that's why I said my mom never put nothing in place for proper care for me if any of those situations had happened. That kind of stuff like that. So again, I'm fighting to survive myself, more or less. So I basically now deal with, if any of those situations occur in my marriage, I'm on my own. I'm totally on my own. I have to deal with, what's meant to happen to me, more or less. In general, if you look at that end of it, whatever situation happens, I know my wife doesn't have plans to walk out on me or whatever. But or the other case, if something happens, even though that we got our first vaccinations, now, like I said, everybody's immune systems are different. But if her body didn't take to it as well as mine's taking to it, and something did happen to her, yeah, I'd have no place to go to. I would definitely be stranded. I would lose everything. I wouldn't even be afford to live here. I would lose everything, totally. Yeah, my pension would go back to a very, very low level. Indefinitely. Not knowing, and also knowing that my mom did not put any care system in place, and knowing that agencies that was used to work with me for kids, since I was a kid, since I transferred out this way, did the same thing my dad did, walk out of my life and adios me to the curb. Closed out all my files, that kind of stuff with that particular agency that was supposed to be there for me is no longer there for me. So this is what I said. So in case of emergency, I'm fucked. Totally. And nobody gives a shit. Totally. I've got a father that doesn't give a shit, that has been in my life, my entire life. A man who never paid a cent of child support from me since I was a kid, or to my mom, that I cannot collect now because I'm too old. But yeah, and of course, my mom, when she passed on, she did not think to make future fucking plans for me, to who I'm to go to in case this marriage fell apart. Well, basically, the only person I got left to go to is the man in the fucking moon. If I'm lucky, I make it that far, because I'm surviving this far through everything. I'm surprised, though. Definitely. This is why I said, like she didn't really didn't think to make any future plans for me. Definitely, in case of emergency. That's that who I was to go to means I just can't go to anybody because it would not be considered legal. Definitely. It'd be like, well, no, the mother did not make any, did not do any, did not do any lawyer documentations, did not do any judge chamber documentations on me being her son. Knowing that I'm married and knowing that any situation can occur in a marriage at any point in time, emergencies can happen. If they were to occur accidentally, I'm still stuck 11, but yet nobody to go to. If I get to the point I can't look after myself. Right now I'm doing okay. That kind of stuff like that. Even like that is why, and when I first moved out on my own, that kind of stuff like that. I was in a men's shelter for a while, for 42 days, and then I went to I went to an actual family room and board for a while. Before my dad came and got me, for some reason, surprisingly jumped out of the walls. But and then I met my wife out here, and then we moved back to people again and moved back out this way. But all these years he's had nothing to do with me. So, it is. And if she had have made those kind of arrangements, it'd be like, she would not want me to just go into him or anybody. Well, he won't be around by then, anyways. And yet, every woman, every stepmother, or every marriage he's been married to, or stepmothers I've had, they wouldn't give two shits. Definitely, but yeah. So. This is what I said. My mother totally fucked shit up. Totally. She was that goes to show you how much of a, I hate to say that, and I can say it truthfully, on how much of a big fuck up she was. She was, in one sense, yeah, she was great. She was nice. She was grateful. And I was respectful towards her, but in the end, she was a total fuck up. Totally. She knew how to fuck shit up. I think she did it on purpose. Totally. I don't know what her purpose was ever for it, but she didn't. She never thought things through. Definitely. Right when she was diagnosed, when she was sick, she was ill. Now, I was shocked she was even ill because she used to play head games with the doctors and that kind of stuff like that. She used to fake this shit for years. This is what I said. She cried wolf too many times. This is why I said that when I heard in 2017 she actually passed away, I was even shocked because I thought it was another one of her, getting me down there, and then she jumps out of a fucking grocery store somewhere laughing her fucking head off. I thought it was going to be one of those things, but no. The funeral home actually did call me. Definitely, I kind of think I know how they might have got my information. My older sister might have gave it to them, but because she had it. But yeah, I was shocked when I heard she actually did it. I seen the obituaries online, her obituary online, and that kind of stuff. My mom's obituary online, and then a friend of mine before she died of cancer, and she sent me up the news article and that kind of stuff like that. So I was definitely, and my name was under there too as well. Listed as her only son and that kind of stuff like that. But my older brother, that was a different story. I'm not going to get into that one. That happened in 1976 before I was born, but. Other than that, this is why I said she did not think things through. Definitely. On a lot of things. Sorry to have to now share this on here publicly. So basically, in a way, yes, the government controls what happens to me at the end of time. where I go to or who I go to or whatever. You know, more or less, if I'm still around and let's say something did happen to my wife or, you know, or she took off her own way, yes, then guess what? I become legal property of the government. Then means I probably end up in a fucking psychiatrical unit somewhere for no reason at all. And that kind of stuff like that, and living a life of being sedated in the ass. Totally. Would not be a comfortable lifestyle. Totally. Definitely. This is why I said like I just fortunately have one of those mothers that really didn't care or think. You know, that probably thought, oh yeah, marriage is going to last forever. I have not seen a single marriage that lasts forever. Not on this planet anyways. I don't even care what the Catholics say. Marriage don't last forever. And I'm just lucky I'm holding out as long as I am to this one. But yeah, it is. That's why I said, and that's why I said my wife's been good to me. But like I said, it's like I said, my mom did not think of shit through when she got sick or before she got sick, before she got ill. You know, she did not think about me. She just dropped dead. She just dropped dead. She didn't think about when she was diagnosed with Huntington's disease to go to a lawyer and say, what am I going to do with my son? Like, even though he's in a marriage, what's going to happen if that marriage falls apart? What happens if something happens to his wife while he's still living? She wasn't thinking of shit like that. To do a proper will, so the government doesn't decide where they're going to stash and stick me. Definitely. And I become their problem. Totally. She was a type of mother. She did not think that kind of shit through. Like most mothers would. Definitely. I was shocked myself. Definitely. More or less, why she did not, you know, have when she right when she was diagnosed with Huntington's disease, why she didn't go to a lawyer then say, yeah, my son, he's an adult with a disability, but he's married, but if that marriage was to collapse or or something happens to his wife, where's he gonna go? Who's he gonna go? He wouldn't be able, like, she didn't do that on my behalf, or make up a will or anything like that on, who's gonna look after me, type thing, right? So, she did. So basically, goes right there. She did not use her fucking noodle. I would imagine her noodle was still fucking working. And people do get diagnosed with sicknesses, but their noodle still fucking works. I hope it does. In some cases, well, in her case, no, it didn't. She had schizophrenia. That's probably why she wasn't thinking. She was always in another world, generally. But yeah, this is why I said, in the end, she fucked shit up. I hate to say that, and I can honestly say that. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that to be rude. She did fuck a lot of shit up. She didn't think things through properly. It was like it was like everybody was acting like I didn't even exist. In her life. Totally. But she raised me. I was under her care my whole entire life. She raised me since knee high to a grasshopper, single mother on welfare, that kind of stuff like that. Maybe she was just so happy to fucking get rid of me. She wasn't thinking. That might have been the case too. I think she was more worried about her alcoholism, the fight, the Huntington's disease, that probably spread it worst, and probably that's probably why the Huntington's disease took her as quick as it did. Is because she probably fed and spreaded it, for it to actually take her. Anything's possible, and that kind of stuff like that. But that's what I said. So basically, that's why I said. So far, I'm glad. That's why, in some ways, I'm so glad that my wife was taken to the COVID-19 vaccinations. Her body's taking it quite well, and not everybody's immune system takes to it. And I'm so glad that it's not. So far, it hasn't done anything to her or harmed her health in any way. And some of the stuff I've been hearing on social media about people actually getting very deathly ill, from some of the vaccinations. Now I am vaccinated with my first vaccination with Pfizer. It's taken to me quite well. I've not experienced any illnesses or deathly illnesses or to the point I have to be hospitalized. Now, like I said, and I'm booked to go for my second one. So, like I said, it seems to be taken to me quite well, but I know with everybody's immune system is different, and it takes to people. It does different things to people. I think that's what they're testing or whatever. But that's why I said if my wife hadn't have taken to it, or like I said, or vice versa, or she got so she didn't want me in her life anymore, and she made the choice to walk out. Both ways, I'd be stranded. Nobody to look after me. I wouldn't be able to look after myself. I know how to cook, yes, but not at a very strong point. My skills, even with that, is not that strong. Still either, like it should be. I'm still weak at that. But or the other case, if something had happened to her, and yet no agency that's used to work with me since growing my whole entire life is no longer there. Even though my transfers out here would decline and that kind of stuff like that. I know it does happen. That kind of stuff like that. Technically, like she is old. They don't stop to think she's older than I am. She's older than I am. I met her when I was about 25, 26. We got married. I was 26 when I married her. She's way older than me. She was born in 1965. People don't think our age differences. Yeah, I'm over the legal age. I am over the legal marriage and dating age, but they don't think she's going to be going through her senior years a lot quicker, and a lifespan of a senior is a lot shorter than somebody my age. A lot of people do not think of that. These agencies don't fucking stop to think about that. They're now full of fucking young, smart ass fucking college fucking punks that think they think their shit don't stink. And you can smell it halfway down the fucking street. Totally. They don't think. They don't put on their thinking cap. I can honestly put it that way. Like, oh, yeah, they're great. They're fine. They can look after themselves. Do the fucking math. Do the fucking calculation. Definitely. Study. Literally, now since we got Google, we got internet. Study on watch documentary. Study on how a senior's lifestyle is compared to somebody who's is middle age or just coming into middle age or in their young 30s or their 20s compared. Start listening to the medical professionals. Start listening to start doing your fucking research. That they don't understand that a senior's life, actual life cycle, when they become a senior, may be shorter than somebody my age. Totally. People do agent. A lot of these agencies now that are being taken over by young fucking kids, and I can say that they don't think in their fucking brain. Because all they think about is doing fucking weed, doing fucking drugs. That's all they fucking do. That run these things. Or, getting drunk in the fucking bar when it's open. They don't think on reality. They just don't. That is a problem with our society today. A lot of people are not. Yes, I drink occasionally myself. But they don't think when you have a type of marriage like mine, where I'm way younger than my spouse, and my spouse is a senior citizen. Definitely, they do not think that. They don't think on how a senior's lifestyle, life may be. They're because they're getting up in their ages. Once a woman hits 55, they're considered a senior. So it wouldn't be too long until they hit their 60s. And most women in their seniors. Nowadays, yes, we have seen seniors live up to be 100 in some families or some categories. But again, my grandmother only lived till she was 75. I've heard of seniors only living till they're 56 or 57. People do not do the internet research on how our lifestyles are different. Compared to a young person like myself, to us that's married to somebody that's older than myself, by a very high quantity, large age older. If they calculate, again, I was born in 1980. She's born in 1965. She's a little bit way up the ladder. And that kind of than I am. Always have. I didn't know how old she was when I first met her. And definitely. But like I said, I was only 25. And she was probably always older than me. I'm okay with that. But again, they're not looking at the actual age lifestyle. People are just too quick to assume and judge something they don't understand, or a life cycle, or the life in generally. They think they can manipulate and control life. Believe it or not, you can't. Definitely. That's why I'm glad. That's why deep down I'm glad that she's still around. But because she is in her senior ages, people don't think that a lifestyle of a senior is a lot shorter than somebody would be my age, or younger, about around a young age or whatever. Now with me, yes, I'm 40, going on 41, but I'm an age regressor. Meaning, what an age regressor is somebody that, and doesn't always mean by dramatization. It just means that, yes, I am getting older by calculation and number from 1980, like born in 1980. I'm 40, going on 41. But when they talk about an age regressor, it means your age, for some reason, your age changes, but physically, you don't age. Just by, you only dialogue in number, meaning the science of it, you only dialogue like I am, is only dilating in number. So I still have my young youth look, meaning I am, here I am, a 40-year-old man, trapped in a 12-year-old mind, trapped looking like I'm still a teenager. That's what they call an age regressor. That doesn't always mean a bad thing. It is the way, I've grown up, or stop growing, because if you put a teenage picture to me when I was 17, I've not changed physically. But my age has changed. My age number is going up, yes, but my physical appearance and looks are getting younger and younger and younger. Um, it is not changing. It is staying as a child look. It is staying as a youth look. That's what they call age regression, or age regressing. A lot of people don't understand that, because they all think they fucking know it all, when they fucking don't. Or they judge a book by its cover. Another thing they do, they'll judge a book by its cover. They don't look at that some people can stay young the whole entire life. Technically, and they can't understand. And a lot of the seniors that are always physically aging in their looks on top of their numbers can't figure out how somebody like me can stay as young as I am looking. It's called age regression, or age regressing. I cannot control that. Definitely, it is just the way I am. It is the way I was born. There's some, there is just, it's just how I was born, more or less. I was born this way. If you want Lady Gaga, the science end of it. Definitely, I'm not getting old. I'm not getting wrinkly. I am getting older, only in numbers, as normal. But I'm physically in the face, or in my young looks, is staying as I did when I was 12 years of age. That's not changed in the looks, appearance. So you see, like, if you see me walking down the street from a distance or whatever, I look like a little child, but I'm not. That is a thing, what they call age regression, or age regression, or age regressing. It means your numbers in the calculation of your numbers are changing in your age from the time you were born. But in my case, I still look the same to when I was 12 years of age, or 10 years of age. Means I'm physically in appearance not aging. That's all that means. I don't know if a lot of people actually studied age regression on that one, and how the human brain functions in somebody like me, and that, or how my brain controls and manipulates my actual looks to stay young. It just does it on its own. It is called age. When that happens, it's called age regressing. Meaning I change in numbers as normal, like everybody else. I was born 1980, October 6, 1980. Meaning it feels like you're trapped in a time zone, between your childhood and your adult years. It just means that yeah, I am getting older by dialoguing in numbers, getting older by numbers, but I'm not physically aging in facial look or in hair look. That's probably why, I don't have gray hair. One, I don't have any kids to give me gray hair, so I'm happy for that. No, I don't want to babysit any either, just so people can laugh at me so I can spurt gray hair out of my head. No, thank you. But yeah, I know I've got those sense of humor or joke comments thrown at me on TikTok all the time. I've shared this kind of the science and the things. So a lot of people, so you understand how science and evolution actually works, and how powerful it really can be, and definitely. So like I said, that a lot of people hear the word age regressing and like, we never heard that before. Hello. Now since we have internet, everybody's talked about it. Everybody there is actual professional people on TikTok that have talked about it, that have explained it. There is actual sites you can look up that explains a whole lot of it. And now in some people's cases, yes, it has to do with childhood. Does sometimes some cases has to do with childhood dramatization. I don't see now I went through a lot of dramatization myself when I was a kid. But maybe that might be part of it too, but that's the only part of it. But I don't see that part of it. I just see that my numbers, my age from 1998, 1980, and all these years being caught in a time, in kind of in a time zone dimension, or my past childhood dimension between childhood and adult. That's stopping me from physically aging. Definitely. And it's not a slow process either. It's not even happening in my facial looks. I still look like I did when I was 12 or 10 years of age. That's where, or from even when I was a little kid, means physically in my facial looks expressions or appearance, I look like a child. But in age number, being born in 1980, being raised in the 1990s, I'm actually literally in number dialoguing is the only thing that's changing. Is my age in numbers is dialoguing and changing every year like it's supposed to, but my facial appearance is staying as it was when I was a child. It is not changed. It's never changed. That's what they call age regressing. Now some people will age physically, not just in numbers, but physically. That's not it. That is where their age is showing. That's not age regressing. That is they're changing as they're supposed to be changing, on time, and on time with the rest of the world, or the rest of the universe itself. Somebody like me is not changing with the rest of the universe like I should be, in a physical appearance. It is just my age itself. Numbers are just dialoguing up. Now, in some cases, your numbers are a digital clock. It can continue to go forward during an age regressing, or it can go backwards. I've heard of cases or stories, if you want to call it that way, and they're true stories, where there was kids who were born in 19 or even in the 60s or the 50s that went through age regressing like I am, or age regressing like I am, going from in numbers in dialoguing in numbers like they're supposed to is changing, but their physical appearance is not changing. And there has been cases where their actual numbers had stopped at when they hit a certain age. Their actual numbers were the only things that changed like mine. And the scary part of it, the numbers started going backwards, started diversing itself, going backwards to the point they in physical number, dialogue number, they ended up dialoguing and age regressing backing too far. They went back to being 5 or even as young as 9 years old again, because the age regressed so badly. They went back in their physical numbers, instead of continuing getting older, started going backwards, started dialoguing backwards. It is. I've even read up on some of it. I was shocked to see how it even works. I didn't think it was possible of even happening. That's what scares me totally, because I want to keep going forward in my age. I'm 40 going on 41. I don't want to end up going back to being, my age number stopping, like let's say at 43, and then all of a sudden I start going back down like a digital fucking clock, going back down to being 10 or 9 years of age again, in physical number. You can't control if it does happen. There's been age regressing. It just happened. It just happens, and we don't know why it happens. I don't know if it's a spiritual thing that does it. I don't know if it is some type of paranormal, supernatural thing that controls it, or God himself even controls it. These are questions a lot of people do like to ask about. And that is number one question on my mind. I'm being an age regressor myself, and not knowing it. Well, I'm knowing that. I'm seeing that for myself. But to a lot of other people, they may not see that, or it can come across as being normal. But but if you really look at my facial wise, my physical appearance, it has never changed from my childhood. If even you've seen pictures of me, I have put baby pictures of myself on TikTok, and you can see me in the green screen and me sitting in front of it. My physical facial appearance has not changed since I was a little child. It has stayed the same, and I'm 40 going on 41. That's what they're talking about. The age regressing takes place. If it takes place too much, then it can cause your actual physical birth numbers, your actual first physical birth age, to dialogue and diverse backwards. And you can, instead of getting older in your numbers can start going backwards. It is somehow medically, scientifically proven. And that kind of stuff too is based on how I was born, and also true to the fact that I was born with two genders, and that kind of stuff that does happen. I don't control this thing, this stuff. Only person that controls this is God. So technically, you can't really call him being sick. He could have done it for a week. He could, like a lot of religious people would tell me, he probably has a reason to do this. I don't even know what that reason is for. But yeah, like I said, he works in mysterious ways. He has his reasons, why things are the way they are. Definitely. And it's just one of those things you never get answers to. That every day, that the good thing about part of science is why it happens, why there's so much age regressing, why amongst young people there's so much age regressing. I don't know if it's a spiritual thing that's happening, or even if it's God himself that's doing it. He may have his reasons. A lot of people say, well, he's sick. Yeah, hey, that's your opinion. I find that quite funny too. Maybe he is. But he has his reasons why he does what he does. He's God of the skies. He does whatever he wants. Like if he wants to press the done button on people, he go press the done button. I put that as why I should not put that in sense of humor. I got good sense of humor. Somebody told me that was a joke I heard at a youth group when I was a teenager, that God has a done button up there, so when he's ready to pull you off the earth, when you're at the end of time and it's your time to pass on, he presses the done button. Hey, bada boom, bada bing, you're gone. You're done. You're done, Felicia. Like it or not, ready or not, you're done. That's why I said I picked that theory up at youth group as a kid. There was a big evangelist that was speaking when I was a kid. Like I said, I don't go to church anymore, and that kind of kind of stuff like that. But as much as I did when I was a kid. But I remember being as a teenager, being at a youth group, or I even going through Army Cadets, Air Cadets. He was this event, when I was not at cadets or whatever, I was at church or youth group. That's probably why I was such a good little boy growing up, and I didn't become a drug addict. That kind of stuff like that in my teenage years. I knew how to behave myself. I hung out at youth drop-in centers. I went to youth group. I went to church. That kind of stuff like that. I did not get into any illegal drug activity. That kind of stuff like that, like most teenagers would, or probably still today. But yeah, I was a goody two-shoe. I was an angel. Sorry if you want to put it that way. But yeah, it's surprising to say something like that on YouTube. I'm surprised we're even allowed to nowadays. But it's we have our choices of opinions. But yeah, this I just wanted. If a lot of people don't understand any science of things, I know I took science in high school. Didn't like it. I thought it was boring. I was the only jackass in class that ever listened. I don't know why. Same with archaeology, same with history and that kind of stuff like that. And I was in the special ed class myself, so we snuck in a few other regular classes that we could sneak in, that kind of stuff like that. Even if the teachers didn't want us in these classes, we snuck around to these classes anyways and sat in on them. We didn't care what our teachers had to say. They had no control over us, as special ed teachers. We snuck around the school. Well, when we found time to sit in on these regular high school classes we weren't supposed to be sitting in on, eavesdropping. We couldn't be a part of the class. We snuck on in there anyways in the back of the class, and the teachers just laughed. They knew what we were doing. We were not even assigned to their classes. We sat in the back anyways. They didn't make a big issue of it because they knew we were special ed, community SIL class kids, and we used to at City High School. We used to sneak around. They didn't say anything. They didn't report us for sitting in on classes we weren't supposed to be sitting in on. We sat in on them anyways. We didn't give a shit. We were not going to be denied the right of an education. And definitely we were protesting the fact we didn't want to be sitting in an institutionalized class. Now, come on. We had rights. Those were the days when we were exercising our rights to do what the hell we want when we want, and how we want it. And we did what we wanted. We didn't give a shit. Definitely. But I put that into a bit of a kind of encouragement, a bit of a joking sense of humor, and that kind of stuff like that. But definitely, we were the only kids out of the kids that were actually registered to those classes that wouldn't listen, that had their goofing off, putting their feet up on the desks, spitting spitballs through pea shooters at the teachers when his back was turned, trying to write on the chalkboard, digging them in the ass with pea shooters. And I'll tell you what a pea shooter is. A lot of people say, if you're not old enough to remember what a pea shooter is, then you're too young to hang out with me. A pea shooter is where we used to take the pens apart. We used to take the inks out of the pens, and we chew a little bit of paper, or we would physically. You can't do it these days because you probably get arrested for spreading COVID. We would spit through the pen cases and spit at the freaking teacher. When his back was turned, and then we would actually hide the pea shooters and blame the next kid next to us, who was dumb enough to sit beside us, and get him in trouble with the principal. We were those type of kids. What do you expect? We were special ed. We were Canard kids. We did whatever the hell we wanted to. We were CMHA kids. We got a lot. Back those the 80s, 90s, we got away with a lot of shit. Definitely. As kids, as kids. That a lot of teenagers today probably wouldn't get away with. If they did that today, oh yeah, they would get caught instantly. I'm not saying go do that to your teachers. Now, if I had been in a private school doing that, oh, that would not be very student like. Totally. The punishments in a private school compared to a regular public school system or secondary system is way different. Um, totally, especially because all private schools are religiously operated and ran. Um, you probably would be sitting on your asses writing out paces. On their blackboard, you'd be writing out paces. I will not spit through a pea shooter at my teacher. Would be doing 100 page paces, because in a private school they call them paces. Like you get 100 math page essay, in a private school, or 100 page Bible essay. You'd have to sit there. And rip your paces open, and you'd have to do a 1400 page paces, until you learn your lesson. And in those paces, in those history lessons, Bible paces, you'd have to read up on scriptures and write out Bible scriptures, stating what you did compared to what you did to your teacher, more or less, and you'd be writing them into what it would be like back in Moses' time in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not spit through a pea shooter at thou teacher. You'd be there for you'd be missing out on the rest of it could be anything. Chapel worship, religion class, whatever your next class would have had to be at, even if it was something fun as drama and performing arts, or if there was a bus load going away to Darien Lake or whatever, or if you were amongst the missionary kids that were going to Bulgaria or whatever, you'd lose out on that trip. You'd be going nowhere. You'd be left behind. Totally. That's how the private apparently the private schools are different from a school that I went to. Anyhow, in a way, maybe I was glad that I didn't get my way to go to a private school. Definitely. But as much as I wanted to, but I'm glad in a way I didn't get that chance or opportunity, because their private schools are more strict than what goes on in a public or secondary school. Now, in a public or secondary school, teachers, you got big city high schools. Teachers don't always see everything. Students get away with a lot of stuff. In a private school, you're watched like you've got a bunch of Nazis around you watching you. Totally religious ones at that. They're watching every step you do. They're watching every move you make, who you talk to, who you associate with. Even at lunchtime, they literally watch and monitor your behavior, everything, in a private school. It is totally different. And the only difference is a private school, you're paying close to $5,000 a year almost, just to go to a freaking private school. And then you got to pay for your school, different uniforms, everything else like that. So everything's monitored, everything right down to your behavior. Your source of discipline is different. Again, you don't have in a private school. Yeah, they come across or identify as being teachers. Some of them might be retired teachers, but they're people from the church congregation. Or sometimes it's other people's parents that are teaching you, or it's your own parents that are teaching you, that are running your classes. And the church pastor is your principal. Pastors are your principal, especially if you like if they're kids that are in like someone outreach center or whatever. That is the parents are part of the congregation or whatever. The parents are become their teacher. The runs teaches the classes, that kind of stuff like that. Monitors the behavior of the kids, everything else like that. The teenagers, possibly they can lose rights to go to youth group if they misbehave. They can be suspended from church on a Sunday morning even. It is crazy. They can be, or they have what they call nowadays we have 6 feet apart. In a private school, before the 6 feet apart, it was only 6 inches. What happened? No, it's the government saying 6 feet. The private schools, it's always been 6 inches away. Six inch, only 6 inches, 6-inch rule. That's what the private schools have, is what they call a 6-inch rule. 6 inches from each other. If you can't behave, you can't sit next to your buddies in church. You have to go sit with the pastor's wife up on the stage. Definitely. Or you got to go sit up at the sound tech. Definitely. Or, they sit you where they want to sit you, more or less, in the congregation, or they can suspend you from the congregation for a Sunday. Definitely, it is crazy. Because I going as a kid growing up, going to this youth group, I seen how their schools operate. Definitely, in a way, I'm kind of glad I didn't get a chance to go to private school as much as I wanted to as a kid, but I had that opportunity because I probably would have been the type of kid that would always be in trouble. Definitely. But yeah, but yeah, those basically that's how those schools operate, compared different to a regular public or secondary school and that kind of stuff like that. And they're not cheap either. They're not cheap to send a kid to a private school. It is very expensive. Totally. That's why they always say all the rich kids go to a private school. Those are schools for all the rich kids. That's where those type of schools they send your doctor's kids to. Or if you like Justin Trudeau's kids will go to a private school. Or Doug Ford's kids will go to a private school. It's for all the rich kids that are, and I'll tell you, and those kids that go to a private school, they're amazing because the education they come out with, they don't come out on welfare, they don't come out on disability. They come out with A1 friggin' jobs, and they come out with, those kids come out with careers. They come out just the way the parents are. Or profession their parents are in. Definitely. Ministers of churches, they'll come out as lawyers, doctors. They'll go away to college, university, medical school, law school, a lot quicker than kids would in a public or a secondary school. In a private school, they come out a lot quicker. Totally. And same. They just get into college quicker and younger than they should have, than they really should. Definitely, that's the only difference on how effective a private school is. I'm even shocked myself, because my older sister went to a private school. My dad sent her to a private school, but he wouldn't send me to private school. I was kind of put out about that, but in a way, I'm kind of glad. Because I at least I didn't come out to be a snob ass bitch like she is. That's what private school does to you. Sorry, that's the truth. But yeah, that's what I said. But I'm surprised. Her coming out of private school and all the good education she had. Um, how, like, sometimes I can't figure out how she come out with a disability. This doesn't make sense to me at all, in one sense, because she went to a private school. And kids that go to a private school are too fucking educated, because it's privately paid for by parents. It's not government funded. The education's too fucking good. What does she do? Take the wrong turn somewhere? Sometimes I can't understand that. I cannot understand that. Totally, I can see myself. I came out with a disability because I was diagnosed when I was 18 with a disability, and I was in the special ed class. I was in the community living class as a kid, and they sent me for testing and that kind of stuff like that at 18 because I had problems functioning in school, all through my childhood, that kind of stuff like that. I was diagnosed with PTSD, with different mental health disabilities, not too advanced to the point I had to be hospitalized or institutionalized. But I was in the special ed program as a kid, community living class they call it as a kid, all from public school to high school. But still, that didn't stop me from getting involved in things like Beavers, Cub Scouts with regular kids. I managed and survived. Going through Army and Air Cadets with all the rest of regular teenagers, even though I might have been a little bit more slower functioning than they would have been. That's probably why I didn't make it into the actual big military like I wanted to, because my education was too bad, and I can understand that totally. Like I had passed the aptitude test. I did not pass the aptitude test. I failed it by 2 questions. I passed the physical end of it, like the push-ups, the sit-ups. Any dummy can do that. A 5-year-old can do that. It's called being lazy if you can't do that. If you can't do a push-up, you're lazy or fat. So yeah. Definitely. But yeah, that's sorry for the sense of humor, guys. I'm not trying to body shame or nothing like that. But yeah, I only failed the educational end of it, like the 14-page questionnaire. When it came down to the math end of it, I got all the true and false questions right. I remember that, but when it came down to the actual math end of it, and them wanting to repeat the same questions over again, but in a different format, threw me off. They do that to throw you off. That kind of stuff like that, and it didn't help either. To growing up with my mom and being all stressed out didn't help any. Or I would have been a success getting in. But I just wasn't. And plus, also at the same time, from as a kid growing up in the Orange Lodge, that kind of stuff like that too as well. I never grew up as a Catholic. I grew up as a Protestant, Orange Protestant, NDP party, if you want to call us that. That kind of thing like that. Right up to my adult years, and during that time while I was in there, again, I had tried, applying for the armed forces, and I they put me through like the recruiting center, like everybody else. The top dog, the top lady, Sergeant Major was there. I wasn't a local recruiting sergeant. If it had been the Peterborough local recruiting sergeant, yeah, I would have got into 2672, Hastings, and presented an actual regiment at the age of 21. If the big cats were not in town, but because the big cougars or the big lion safari cats were in town, that's where it was harder to get in because they they go by the book, where a local recruiting sergeant will not go by the book. They'll make certain circumstances and they'll slide you on in there because, in fact, I used to be in cadets. That's what they would have done. One guy told me that. But because the big shits were in town, that we came up against for enlistment or recruiting, it was a lot harder trying to get in. Definitely. So, there was no no sliding under the belt. Darn, I tell you. So she caught me on. She stopped me on my height and my education level. And she had my cadet file right in front of her. Everything else like that. Everything from Army cadets, Air cadets. She said, "Yeah, I would accept you, but I have to go by the book." And that's when the local research sergeant slipped. He says, "I sure wouldn't." She said, "Excuse me," with a very dirty look, and I'm like, don't blame me. I had nothing to do with this. I'm just coming out of cadets. Definitely. Fight it out amongst yourselves. Male and female spat like usual. Acting like they were a married couple, but they weren't. They probably were. I don't think they were. But yeah. He sure got a dirty look for that one, but because he slipped. He should have kept his mouth shut when the big cats are in town. Definitely, because that's the number one thing we were taught in cadets is when the big cougars are in town from Trenton, shut your fucking mouth. It's no longer about you. It's about them. What they say goes. Same when the Queen's on parade or anybody from the royal family is on parade for cadet parades, Army cadet parades, Air cadet parades. It is no longer when you're in uniform, you're in rank, you're on that parade square. It's her parade square. And even if you're a sergeant, platoon sergeant, like I was in Army and Air cadets, it is you're a cockroach being underneath her foot. Definitely. What she says goes. It's her parade square, or it becomes her parade square. It becomes their parade square. No longer, you have no control. You take guidance and orders from the head crown herself, Her Majesty, the crown of England herself. When she steps foot on that parade square, you keep your comments to yourself. You keep your smile to yourself. You don't smile, definitely. You don't grin. You bite your tongue. You're about looking good, making sure your boots are polished, make sure your badges are not hanging off, are flying all over, half on, half off, flying all over the place. You're well dressed, you're well buckled up. That kind of stuff, first impressions, because you never know when you're going to get one of those big annual inspections, or the Queen's going to sneak up into town on parade. On the parade square, same at Boyden, base Boyden. When we were in cadets, we were there. Same with Trenton. It's very kind of what you call a very prompt type situation, and always being prepared for stuff, unexpectedly, that kind of stuff like that. Even like when there's bush outings and that kind of stuff like the training and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I remember my cadets days, but that is only as close to the actual military I even got into as a kid. In the youth development part of the youth, their youth organized group of it, definitely. Probably is not like that today. It's probably would be labeled different today compared to the way we were labeled then. But yeah, it is again different environment. Again, that's where I got most of my education. A little bit did pick up a bit, but not much. But yeah, still learned a lot more in cadets than I ever did in school. I'll tell you. I definitely, there was times where I got my ass kicked for nothing. Totally. Instead of having worry about parents disciplining you, you have kids your own age disciplining you. That's bad. Definitely. Because it goes by your last name. You never ever use your first name. It's a pronoun thing. And by ranks, that kind of stuff like that. So depending what level you are, a whole lot of you got kids your own age swearing and cursing at you. Again, like I said, in the cadet system, like I'm not saying it is bad. It is good for containing self-discipline, that kind of stuff like that. They are very strict, especially when they're marching around the parade square. They're always yelling at you. The moment you walk into an armories, there's always a cadet being yelled at for being late, or down on his face or her face doing push-ups on the parade square. They don't care where they are. They humiliate you in public. I know a couple times they humiliate me in public. I remember growing up in Peterborough, Ontario when I was a teenager. When I was even in the Air Cadets too. Especially when it came down to forming up on the main city street in Peterborough, Ontario. I'll tell you, this is one of my embarrassing moments. We were on Canada Day parade. The Queen was on parade at City Hall, starting off the national anthem. This is embarrassing, and we were the front of the parade, in front of the City Hall, where the Queen, the royal family, standing at the City Hall. One cadet decides they're going to mouth off at our sergeant, and we all had to get down on our faces and do 17 push-ups in the middle of George Street, Peterborough, totally in front of the Queen of England, in front of the royal family. Embarrassing, because this other cadet had such a big mouth, he couldn't shut it. Got us all into trouble with our sergeant, and then he forgot to relieve us from the push-ups, and our national Canadian anthem started. Here we are still doing push-ups, everybody singing "Oh Canada," and the parade started going past us. The Air Cadets behind us marched right past us fools doing push-ups in the middle of George Street, and took the lead of the parade. And we almost lost our spot. And then our sergeant recovered us. We had to run halfway down George Street through the parade to get back into our number spot. Here we are running with the Canadian flag and the color guard. I'm like. And then we got the royal family standing at City Hall, just started cracking up laughing. I tell you, that was my most embarrassing time in cadets as a teenager. Definitely. It ticked me off. Totally. It wasn't too funny then. It is now. I look back on that, but yeah. I know I'm live on YouTube, guys. Definitely, if you guys are tuning into YouTube, you guys can see me live. Definitely. So those are my funny moments. Totally. And I will never forget those. Totally. Oh man, did I not have a beef with that other cadet when after the parade? Totally, for embarrassing the hell out of 2672 Hastings and Prince Edward Army Cadet Corps, which is the Queen's Army Cadet Corps, and Peterborough, which is the Queen's Regiment, in Peterborough, Ontario, of the Hasty Peas that we were representing as an Army Cadet. Even though we weren't in the actual armed forces yet, we were in the Cadet Youth Development Program, but still. The militia, the armed forces, organizes the cadet movement, and funds and the Department of National Defense operates the cadet movement out of the armories, all across Canada, or probably across the U.S., all around the world. But I tell you, there was CTV News was covered. I remember when I was a kid, CTV News, they were gawking with their cameras. hit the front page of the Peterborough Examiner. Oh man, I tell you, I could have swat that cadet in the in the back 40s, definitely. And my German friend, oh, he was just laughing his ass off. I'm like, Pete, I guess like we this was before we became sergeants. And I said, Bohack, that's not funny. I tell you, this is freaking embarrassing. And he didn't realize. He said, "Why is it so embarrassing? All we're doing is doing push-ups in the middle of the street." I said, "The Queen is on parade, and we're doing push-ups in the middle of fucking George Street, Peterborough, Ontario, for nothing." And he looks over, he says, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know that." I said, "Yeah. See how in the hell our sergeants embarrass the fuck out of us in public?" I tell you, not again. Again, I definitely. Those times, those are the only times that embarrassed the hell out of me. Totally. I know. I look back on that. That is. I can look back. I can laugh at that because that was my teenage years. That was my childhood years, growing up. And I think that was the funniest moment my mom even had because she was at the Canada Day parade. Totally. I was surprised we even made it down to the fairgrounds, totally, because the exhibition was in Peterborough at the same time when I was growing up. That was back in Canada Day, 1990. Yeah, Canada Day, July the 1st, 1994. I was about 14. Definitely, I like. Holy crap. Totally. I can look back, I can laugh at that now. It was funny. But yeah, it was too idiotic. Way too idiotic. That's probably why I only stayed with Army Cadets until I was about 16. Then when I was 16, I went into Air Cadets. I transferred. Totally cadet units. Went from 267 to Army Cadets Hastings and presented Army Cadet Corps to 534 Raider Squadron, Air Cadet Squadron, Peterborough, Ontario, 428 wing. Cadet. Definitely. Because I had a couple friends in high school, friends, tutors that were coming to my class, tutor, and she said that embarrassment. She says that was funny, and she had talked me into switching over, and definitely I said, yeah. I said after that embarrassment, yeah, I think I would switch over. That's probably why I switched from Army Cadets to Air Cadets. But the Army Cadets weren't too happy when I went from Army Cadets to Air Cadets because Army Cadets, Air Cadets, Sea Cadets don't get along with each other, especially when we were all in the same high school together. They don't even sit with each other. They were definitely practicing social distancing. If you're in Army, like the difference between the high school we went, because we all went to the same high school. If you're in Air Cadets, you don't dare associate with the Army Cadets. You're not allowed to. If you're an Army Cadet, you're not allowed to associate with the Air Cadets or Sea Cadets. Or Sea Cadets is not allowed to associate with either. It's some pride thing. I don't think it was social distancing. I think it was more of a racist and a pride thing than anything. With us, because we all us kids from each units were all going to the same school, high school. We're on the same school bus. That's bad enough. We were like politics. We used to insult each other because all units thought we were better than each other. Definitely. And I got insulted for leaving the Army Cadets and going into the Air Cadets. I got called a traitor. Because I went from being, again, Army Cadets are known to be, and these names are still around when now I live in Wyerton now, but when I was living in Peterborough, yes, if you were an Army Cadet, you were considered a grunt or a groundhog. If you're in Air Cadets, you were a pigeon or a shithawk. If you were in Sea Cadets, you were a conniving sea pirate or you were a toilet bowl, plunger, or you were a guppy. No middle of the room. That's how we used to insult each other. Definitely. That kind of, we had our pride. Definitely. But yeah, again, we used to have our bush outings. But the bad thing about our bush outings is we had with our bush outings, we always had a game when we play capture the flag. Okay, guys, would not be allowed on any schoolyard. Definitely. We did things more of. We had, like, when we played capture the flag. It was we played the WWE style of capture the flag. Put it that way, or back those days it was WWF. It wasn't WWE. We used to joke about that style of capture the flag. Means we got into the wrestling and everything else like that. Wrestling, tackling each other, all teams tackling each other down to the ground, everything else like that. Now, again, it involved capture the flag. It involved all 3 units. Oh my fucking god! Here we go. Here we go on this one. What they do on purpose is they schedule the same spot at the same time to host the same bush outings for all 3 units. But we were all split off into separate to different campsites or bush sites. And we all had to hike through a swamp. So it was like capture the flag. So definitely we had to go on a bush outing with the Army cadets and Air cadets and Sea cadets all together. So that kind of made capture the flag quite interesting because we had the guppies wrestling us down if we crossed their lines or whatever, taking our pennies, wrestling us down, wrestling us down to the mud in the swamp or whatever, or running through or when we made it to dry ground, running through the bushes, that kind of stuff like that. Each units, we all had all 8 units all had their own, had rope, handcuffs, everything. We had again, weekends worth of rations, that kind of stuff. So did they. It was quite interesting. That was even before we had our base training and that kind of boot camp training and that at Borden and Trenton. And again, on our bush outings, they took all the Sea cadets out with us, Air cadets out with us. Definitely all the Army cadets. We all ended up in the same spot. Talk about a Royal Rumble. Definitely, it was embarrassing. Totally embarrassing. Another embarrassing moment. Definitely. So technically, on top of the insulting each other's units, we actually were able to to get even with each other. Definitely. Too bad social media wasn't around then. Too bad we didn't have social media then. It would have been funny. We weren't allowed regular video cameras even. Not even cameras. We couldn't take pictures. We couldn't take VHS videos even. Because even if we were allowed to, it would have been so funny to get my cadet days on video. There was only one videotape that was ever taken when I was in Air Cadets, and that was when YouTube live social media first started in 1998, where we were on annual inspection, and I didn't hear my sergeant call a white wheel. Everybody turned white, right? I turned left and marched off the parade square. Went the opposite direction, and I guess they YouTubed it. I was a teenager at the time or whatever. It was beautiful. It was back in 1998, annual inspection 1998. Annual inspection 1997, 98. But yeah, I think it didn't get that many views or likes. It did, and it kind of it disappeared after a while. But yeah. But yeah, it was those days were comical. If we had been allowed, even those days, we had been allowed on the bush out of regular video cameras, which we were not allowed to. I I would have gotten into a VHS tape, but I would have still had it today. Definitely. Those would have been memories to look back on. Totally. But we were, like I said, we were teenagers. Excuse me. We were kids. That's what I said. And a lot of the kids that I was in Air Cadets and Army Cadets with today, we've lost contact a long time ago. We didn't stay contact with each other. There's one lad I still keep contact with. Same with the kids that I went to Camp Northern Lights with as a kid. Summer camp we went to as kids. We went to summer camp as kids before our cadet days. That kind of stuff that I now on Facebook that I still talk to occasionally. But again, like I said, like anything, we've lost contact long time ago. Totally. Definitely. I got older, I got married. Everybody, the ones that might be still around. Now, there's some of the guys that I was in cadets with, the ones that did get accepted in the armed forces are now in the Middle East, and they're very deep in. Really in a very hot war zone today, definitely. But that guys I went to cadets with, definitely, or it's amongst them anyways. So, like I said, it's at least it's good to see they got further ahead in life, compared to me and some of my other buddies. Definitely. But yeah. Those are my comical. I guess I should have been a comedian. I should have went through for a comedian. Those were my comical days. Definitely my cadet days. I always laugh at that. That's how I think back, and I get a laugh out of those times too myself. Some days I wish, now since we're in this pandemic, some days I wish I can go back to my cadet days. I can't. I'm too old. Like I said, I'm only changing in numbers. Like I said, my physical appearance still looks the same as I was when I was in cadets. I still have that young look, but it's not nowadays. It's not by too bad. It was just by looks, but it's not by looks. It's like I said, your age. It's your age number. Definitely when you get older in age. But yeah. But yeah, I kept like old pictures of mine and that kind of stuff like that from when I was in Army Cadets, Air Cadets, a couple of them anyways. That kind of stuff like that. I didn't get any of my badges. Like some of my badges I was allowed to keep and that kind of stuff like that after my mom died. I think my sister scooped them all up. I didn't get them back. I would have loved to get some of my old cadet badges back, but no, I didn't. She kept them in an envelope. They were mine. I even went through my cadet days. I rightfully earned those. I wanted those back, but I didn't get. She was not willing to give those back to me or whatever. For some reason, she wanted to keep them. I don't know why, but yeah, they were rightfully mine. I had earned those, definitely. But the thing is, she can't wear them. She cannot wear them. Not even on Remembrance Day, she can't wear them. They weren't even my mother's. They were mine. My cadet badges. Definitely. I'm the only one that can, because I used to be in cadets as a kid. I'm the only one that can. I wouldn't want to wear them today, but I'm the only one that would be authorized to wear them. She wouldn't be allowed to wear them. She wouldn't even be allowed to wear my mom's old executive medals either, because she was never a Legion member. I don't know if she joined it today or whatever. But I was in the Legion for a while too, myself and my mom. But when I was old enough, that kind of stuff. I have my own Legion medal here, and from Peterborough from when I was in the Legion with my mom, and I have my own beret and gloves. But I used to have my own blazer, but that went missing. My mom was looking after that, and it went missing totally. So I have my uniform and tie went missing, but I'm not too worried about it. I didn't. That kind of stuff that I wanted back, I didn't get back, but that's okay. They were sent the value to me anyways, because that's what I was a part of. But I don't worry about it. I'm not making a big issue out of it, totally. definitely. That kind of stuff like that. But same with some of my old Air Cadet wedge. My old Air Cadet wedge that was at my mom's house. That was mine. I owned that. That was mine. Definitely, because they wouldn't take that back. Definitely, because of health standards and that kind of stuff like that. So that got left there. And, you know, of course, my greedy sister, older sister, scooped it all. But yeah. But yeah, I could go to when they reopen. I could go to any surplus store and we buy that stuff to collect it, but it wouldn't feel the same than what I wore in cadets. Definitely. But yeah, if I wanted to put it in a frame or put it on my wall or whatever, I just the feeling wouldn't feel the same. Wouldn't feel the same. Definitely. You just feel the substitution of it, because it's nothing like the original. Like they always say, that's why a lot of people, for an example, people watch a movie on, watch movies get made or whatever. People don't like remakes because they're not the same as the original. Everybody loves the original that they're used to. Definitely. That's why they always hate remakes. It doesn't feel the same to what they're used to. That is what it's, if you were to look at that end of it. Definitely. Or put that in kind of comparing to comparing of that. Definitely. So anyhow, I'm just going to wrap up this YouTube channel today. Definitely. For today anyways. My mouth. You think I'm that? So at times you think that I'm this comical. Wait till I get low. Wait till I get some happy juice into me. I tell you, I'm more comical than this. Totally. I didn't even think we'd have a bit of a comedy hour today. It's surprising we did have a bit today. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Those that are watching YouTube, I'm live on YouTube right now. Just finishing up. Some days I do a couple. I do a couple live show. I do go live on TikTok. I go live on Instagram, Facebook. Most times I go live on YouTube. Publicly go live on YouTube. I go live on Instagram, Facebook. I used to go live on Bigo, but I haven't been on Bigo for years. Definitely. More so I'm doing more YouTube channeling, doing more Instagramming live, more Facebook live, Snapchat. Go live on Snapchat, which is stupid. It didn't. It's not like being on Facebook. It's not like being on YouTube or TikTok. Totally way different. All these platforms are all different. Indefinitely. But yeah, so this way you guys get to see my YouTube channel. Definitely. Also too, follow me at Gypsy Rover T Playing, guys. Definitely on YouTube. You can follow me on TikTok as well at Timothy S. Plain 7. On TikTok, definitely. I've got a lot of TikTok videos. 60 it went from 15 seconds to 60 seconds. Now, on top of doing 60 seconds, we can do 3-minute videos now on TikTok. It's a miracle. That's enough time to get the whole song in. A comedy joke in. Before, like even on top of 15 seconds, 60 seconds, it wasn't even long either. Now they're giving us 30 minutes. What are they going to do next? Give us a whole show? Might as well. This is why I said it's getting a lot better. The algorithm of it, anyways. Now there's sometimes where TikTok is up and down. It has its days where the cameras one day decides it's going to work, the next day they're not going to work. There's days I got to keep boosting up my tablet, that kind of stuff like that. But other than that, it is the algorithm of TikTok is getting a lot better, definitely. Also, too, YouTube has always been 30 minutes longer. So is Facebook, which everybody calls crackbook. Totally. So there you guys can those are different platform channels you can follow me at. Definitely. On TikTok, we do create our own. Audio, music, that kind of stuff that we do for the 60-second videos. And that there's some people will do their own comedy skits, that kind of stuff like that, to create their own audio and that kind of stuff like that, to go through the algorithm of TikTok itself. I think out of all the platforms, TikTok has got to be most of the funniest and the funnest one to get involved in. Just learn to avoid the politics on there and the racial bullshit on there that comes across your For You page, because you don't have no control what people put on your For You page. They're just idiots. Because 9/10 of the time, anything that goes on For You is not always for you. It could be for somebody else. But just learn to avoid those certain stuff that comes across your For You page. Yes, there is a For You page. A For You page means it's supposed to be for you, not for everyone page. That's what that means. They actually mistake the For You page as the fuck you page, because it's both they both mean the same thing. But it's a For You page. That's what people get confused on. Definitely. There's a bit of sense of humor that I like putting into that one. Definitely. And that, so just kind of if people that get interested in joining TikTok, just get on there, enjoy yourself, do the sing song, you can dance around, you can act like a fool, that kind of stuff like that. You can do comedy jokes on there from TV shows. Get yourself out there and enjoy the fun stuff on TikTok. Avoid the negativity on there. Avoid the bullshit on there. Avoid the politics on there. The Bible bastards, and avoid them too as possible, because they're just as bad as the politicians. If you want to put it that way. Avoid the trolls. Avoid the bullies. Ignore them. The more you ignore them, then they'll stop. They'll stop their shit with you. If they try to start on you and that kind of stuff like that, they'll shut up after a while. They all do, because then you're no fun to them. Then they'll go pick on somebody else. This is because they will get pissed off. They'll get offended. Because you're not paying any attention to them. Run your live streams the way you want to. If you do get to earn your way to go live, set your rules, standards. Learn how to work the buttons. If you have to block and delete people, that is an option. You can do that. People get bad with you on there. I know a couple times there's a lot of people I've audioed stuff on TikTok, because they've gotten so bad. Totally. But yes, they always do come back on under other accounts. You can't control that. They only get they're lucky if they only get a 30-day suspension, and hello, they're back. So that's what I said, guys. Just be yourself if you can. Also, like I said before, it's besides being basic TikTok anymore. There's not just basic TikTok anymore. There's all these different channels. Whatever channel you end up on, show respect for that host that's running that channel. No matter if it is if it's trans talk, if it is, still respect the host, respect the people that are running that channel, the community that's running the channel. If it's LGBTQ TikTok, respect that channel, respect the people there. That kind of stuff. If it's my channel that happens to come through, Sleepy Hollow TikTok, respect me. Don't be a douche canoe and a prick with me, because I will show you the door very quickly. I'm not afraid to. But like I said, or if it's any of the other channels, no matter who the hosts are of those channels, do respect those channels, because TikTok's about getting out and enjoying yourself, having fun on TikTok. To make people smile, make people laugh, to enjoy the entertainment of it, that kind of stuff like that. Because I know during these times people can't go to bars or karaoke bars, definitely like that. So what good thing we got social media, we got online TikTok, that replaces those karaoke nights or entertainment nights that you're used to going to, and generally. So TikTok is no different than going into a karaoke bar. You're going into a TikTok bar online. So, enjoying yourself, doing your 60-second videos, becoming your favorite comedy star, becoming your favorite, on TikTok, enjoying yourself. Watch the different cosplays, guys. Definitely enjoy the cosplays, because I do on my channel, I do movie cosplay theater. I also do, I do a lot of different cosplay theaters. I do musical. I do, I do comedy skits, like kind of the comedy audios and that kind of stuff like that. If I find one that I like, I make up my own. I do from my narrator on my computer. I do create my own musical audio, that kind of stuff like that. Use some material to create some audio and that kind of stuff to use on TikTok, and it goes through, not a problem. I kind of get out there and enjoy myself. That kind of stuff like that. That's all it's about, is enjoying yourself and, making yourself laugh, making other people laugh. I do now. A lot of people don't, but I do watch my own TikToks. I do. I can laugh at my own TikToks to see how much of an idiot I really am at times, but it is comical. If you got like other platforms like Facebook, yes, you can share your TikToks to your Facebook. I do. You can put them up to YouTube, so your friends can enjoy them. And generally, you can set your status on how you want. If you want it to be just for friends, or Pacific friends only, or just for you to see it, or if you want the public to see it, to see how much of a freaking idiot you are. That's up to you. But that's okay. Or they catch you acting like a douche canoe. Just kidding. And so there's some educated words I'm starting to learn that I should not be learning. Definitely. It is enjoy to watch. I watched a lot of I followed other people's channels, and I watched them. I've actually got a kick out of them. I'll be right back in a minute, guys. I gotta get a drink, get a pop. Oh, by the way, guys, we do have a Jesus on TikTok. He's called TikTok Jesus. No, he's not really Jesus. All the Christians think he is. But no, he's just another clown on TikTok. But he does an awesome A1 job. Totally. I have to grant, Scott does an awesome A1 job. He's in the UK, England. I duetted him a couple times. I've gotten to know him on TikTok. He is awesomely funny. Totally funny, guys. If you guys get on TikTok, definitely give him a follow. They call him TikTok Jesus. Especially when he goes live on TikTok, people get him going. I know out of all the lives I've actually seen are so serious, or the hosts are getting so offended. With him, TikTok Jesus, how he responds back to the haters, even on there. I watched him. they'll sit there and they don't realize what they're saying when they're keyboard warring. And they're impolite, they're rude with them, but he turns things around and puts a sense of humor to it, and they disappear because they don't like being insulted or be put on the spot. So TikTok Jesus puts them on the spot all the time. He is comical. I get a kick out of him. He tells them how it is, and he actually quotes the Bible at them too. He's not religious, and the funny part is he doesn't even go to church. He's not even religious. He's not even a Christian. And he's sitting there, but he's quoting Bible scriptures at these bullies and trolls. And he's literally mocking these trolls on there, and he's pissing them off to the point they're not sticking around; they're disappearing because they're getting mad and offended. That's why I said I watched one of his lives a couple of times, I even cracked up laughing. I said hi to him a couple of times, ask him how he's doing. I'm polite with him on there, but some of these other people are not polite with him whatsoever. Especially some of these actual Christian people are rude. They're mentally rude. And they're so hypocritical with him. They're asking him questions they don't need to be asking. They're asking him personal questions. They asked him if he was gay. They were asking him all these stupid personal questions. It's none of their business. And TikTok Jesus just gets on there and he just tells them how it is, and he puts them on the spot and humiliates them for their questions that they shouldn't be asking. And he quotes and he literally fires for a guy that's not a Christian, that's not a church-going person, literally filing Bible bombs at them. Totally. He's 100% atheist. He has said that a couple times in his life. A pagan atheist. But I don't know how he started in doing the character of Jesus anyways on TikTok. But a lot of people do. There is a lot of people that do love it. They think it's cute. They think it's funny. I thought it was funny. I think it's cute too. When I first started TikTok, he was the very first duet I duetted, followed and duetted. Now he has a twin brother, by the way, too, and his twin brother cosplays the Joker from Batman. I haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, these two clowns get together, they're comical. But he knows he's really smart. He knows how to put them on the spot without jeopardizing his live stream. I think he did get banned a couple times. But yeah, he gets right back on there. He doesn't take any propaganda off on none of these people. And he can joke about it. He can laugh about it. He doesn't get offended. He doesn't get mad. He doesn't get angry. He just talks just the way Jesus Christ did. Totally. If you, according to documentaries, we don't even know how the real dude talked, but back in his times, but definitely just by the way this guy is, he talked exactly quote by quote the same way the real man did to these trolls on there. And the guy doesn't even go to church. This is why I said so. That's just why I said I like the guy. Yeah, I thought he was an all right type guy. He does awesome on TikTok. People cosplay different characters, that kind of stuff like that. And then, of course, too, then we get COVID Elvis Presley on there. Now, all these guys have nicknames, by the way. I had to give I had to sit there, and I had to have to say they all deserve nicknames. I think they deserve all their comedy and hard work. They do. They deserve to have a nickname title. Like we have, oh my goodness, don't get me started what we have here. I've closed it 5 times already. I haven't gone anywhere. We have, on TikTok, we have TikTok Jesus. We have COVID Elvis. We have number one wee woo bullshit guy. Does the wee woo. I think he's Middle Eastern or whatever. He cracks me up fucking laughing. We have number one. I've got a fucking beef with our prime minister. He gets on there. He does politics. All these people have earned titles and nicknames to identify them when they come on TikTok. And we got Miss Dilly Gaff. Do I look like I give a fuck? So, like I said, all these people have nicknames. Of course, I've had my own nicknames. Mine's a half decent one from when I was from summer camp as a kid. The Gypsy Rover. I kept mine, or my drag queen name, Felicia Liliani. And people think that's bad enough. This is what I said. Some of these particular ones that I mentioned, guys, these are one of the most comical ones I've ever came across on TikTok. I can't stop watching their video. I gotta go back. I had to watch those particular videos over and over again because it cracked me up laughing. Totally. Oh my goodness. Those were the number one main ones. There was other ones there that did crack me up laughing too as well. But especially when the number one wee woo bullshit guy, everybody has to do the wee woo. That guy, he gets on there. He did an audio where he's going through the dollar store insulting Doug Ford, because nothing was essential to buy, like chicken, like the spaghetti thongs, that kind of stuff, like hula hoops. He's going through the dollar store. He's insulting Doug Ford, definitely on his TikTok channel. The guy made his own audio, and it's the same guy that we call the number one bullshit guy, the wee woo guy. He gets on there. He is a total dickhead. Totally. I think he's Middle Eastern or Muslim or something, but he cracks me up laughing. Totally. And he's literally going to the store with his video camera, and he's insulting Doug Ford because nothing's essential to buy, because it's all roped off in the non-essential aisles. And he did his own private audio. You can tell, and I'll never use it, but I got a laugh out of it. I thought it was funny. And mostly if I find any audios on TikTok that I find is very comical, sometimes I will use those sounds. But anything that is related to politics or whatever, where it insults our government, I won't use those ones under respect. But I honestly could not help myself freaking laughing. Totally. I'm telling you, on that one, it cracked me up, totally laughing my ass off. Totally. I definitely, when I first seen that, I could not sleep. It kept me up all night just watching that one. That one Pacific Audio too as well. I do funny stuff. I do fun comical on TikTok to myself. Oh, there's other one audio. About the like button not working. That was funny. People doing that one, but yeah, there is a lot, and then on top of that too, there is a lot of comical songs on there, definitely. Then there's this 50-year-old lady. She gets on there with Cookie Monster. She's a hoot. She is. No, maybe she's not. Well, yeah, she is 50. She's about 49 or 50 years of age, but she gets on there with her Cookie Monster puppet. Oh, she is funny as hell when she's got him on there. Totally. There's another comical one. She's 50 years old and she's playing with a Cookie Monster puppet. Doing some of these songs. I tell you, some of these, especially she's really funny when she does the perverted songs. Totally. Normally a lot turns a lot of people off, but I couldn't help myself laughing at that. Definitely, especially with the Sesame Street character or Cookie Monster puppet, Imogen Cookie Monster. Oh, and then there's this other guy. He gets on there with Elmo. Oh my goodness, these people with their puppets. Um, Definitely. I guess they must be cleaning Walmart. Before things were non-essential to buy. I think they were all cleaning at Walmart with all the Sesame Street puppets. They're getting on TikTok with them, and they're um, literally going to town with the audios. Definitely, they're so comical. Then there's this guy with the Baby Yoda puppet from Star Wars. Oh my goodness. And the Tim Hortons, with the Tim Hortons audios to do with Tim Hortons. Now they were funny with baby with Baby Yoda. I'm watching them how they're putting changing the outfits on Baby Yoda, and one of them had Baby Yoda had a mustache. Now that's what I call entertaining and comical. Now that's comedy. That's real comedy there. If I've ever haven't seen it for a long time, to drown out all the actual politics and the stuff that we're seeing on there, and all the racism stuff that's coming across our For You page. I would rather see more puppets come across my For You page or doing puppet entertainment, than all this politics and all these police officers getting racist with people, beating people up. I don't want to see that on the For You page. And that comes to everybody's page. But I would rather see people with these puppets. That's more entertaining. That's more comical. That's more worth watching. Or like TikTok Jesus going on, coming on there, and doing the cosplays. It's a hard knock life, knocking out the devil. That stuff is comical. Whatever happened to that stuff? Like that stuff, I remember growing up in the 80s and 90s. I used to be all over TV before we even had internet. Definitely. I remember that every Saturday morning. But yeah. Now that there's, I have to say, is the real comedy in this stuff. Totally. That's what I get a kick out of. Definitely. And I enjoy watching it. If I'm going to watch TikTok, that's what I'd rather see more of on my For You page than this other shit. This is why I said I can handle comedy because that's real comedy. That's real entertainment. And that's using TikTok the way it was designed and meant for it to be. Definitely. But yeah. Of course, like I said, social media for you, everything, and everyone and their dog all comes across the For You page on TikTok, and that kind of stuff like that. So, or dogs, no, this is funny. People taking videos of the dogs banging their tails to redneck music on their kitchen cupboards as a drum. That's funny. See, stuff like that is funny. It's comical. It's entertaining. It's worth watching. Instead of having to listen to all the politics on there and all the people calling people out and hating on people. People telling people off. That there is a waste of TikTok space, if you ever ask me. It ruins good entertainment. When these comedy videos are trying to fighting to push through on top of that, definitely, every day. So every day when I make a comedy video or I make a music video, I get a negativity video, and then it doesn't even last like 5 seconds, and then TikTok Jesus pushes his way in, or somebody more half decent pushes their way in with another comedy video in the comment video, in the following video, to block out to block out the negativity on the For You page, the people that put negativity videos. That's why I said. That's why I stay with TikTok so much, is because it makes me laugh. Totally makes me laugh. Everybody's got different personalities on there and everything. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in today on YouTube Live. I definitely got nobody following. I never do on YouTube. Neither do I do on Facebook. But yeah, most of my followers I do get, even if I go live on TikTok or Instagram. That's where I get my most followers, definitely. Again, it is follow or follow, but again, do be careful who you do follow. That's the number one key. If you don't want the negative videos coming through, sometimes they just come through automatically. You don't have to be following the person; they just automatically follow you because they're annoying. They're idiots and the douche canoes, and the tostic as hell. But yeah, but then I do get the good ones. I get the good comical ones that come through. A couple times I got the good ones like COVID Elvis coming through a couple times. I've talked to him a couple times on in TikTok video. A couple times we kind of had a good conversation and that kind of bit. Not too much of a one, but because he's a busy man, he goes all over the place. Definitely. It's good to see him on there. We got to see more people like him on there, or more people on there like TikTok Jesus, like COVID Elvis, or these people, these comedy people that are doing real comedy or doing real music videos. We want to see more of that, definitely, on TikTok. Make TikTok again. Definitely. Bring back the entertainment, the way it started. It's since these times hit, TikTok has gone nothing but gone downhill. Totally. It's not like it used to as it started in 2014. That drawed my attention to wanting to belong to it, and definitely. But. And then you got people on there. They do come on with good word of encouragement, that kind of stuff like that. You know, and that kind of stuff like that. But then you got those douche canoes. You got those idiots on there. They just gotta put garbage and shit on TikTok. They think They think TikTok is an app for. They treat TikTok app like it's a local fucking garbage dump. They can dump the fucking garbage. And clutter it with garbage. I mean garbage that don't interest nobody. It doesn't entertain nobody. It doesn't make nobody laugh. You know, it turns into a total shit show. You know, where's the comedy on how it started? Where's everybody getting along with everybody on there? How it even started? You know, when it started in 2014, there was not a single racist person on there. Now they're all over the place because it's growing. Definitely, like I said, there's a little less people like myself on there that's very respectful towards other people. I respect people on there all the time. I'm not a racist person, but there is people on there that are so fucking racist. It's not funny. And they don't know how to keep their mouth or fingers to themselves. They have to type rude, racist remarks in your comment section. That, and also too, if you get banned, that's what's getting you banned, is based on these commenters that put rude and vulgar and violent, threatening, domestic threatening violence to you when you're live. And when they post that on your live stream, that's what gets you, that's what harms your account, is these people. Some of these people is because they will write rude comments, right? When somebody leaves a good positive comment, they will leave a cyberbullying or threatening comment, or a very gross comment or threatening comment that TikTok security does read, and they kick your account. for 30 days or 40 days, or sometimes could be permanently, because it's based on the comment that was placed in your video on your live stream from another account, that someone else posted on your live stream, from their account, and that kind of thing. And it's not that TikToker do they go after. They automatically assume and accuse you when you're not doing anything. That kind of stuff like that. That's why I said when you guys go live on TikTok, do be cautious. Watch how you do speak back to them. It's not protecting them, because you can and try at all causes not to call them out. That means don't do a 60-second video. Like, don't go steal their picture and call them out in a 60-second video on TikTok, because you're gonna harm your account, for one, and you can lose your account, and they will gain power and control, and they'll have the satisfaction of you never ever having a TikTok account again, especially when you're not doing anything wrong. When they're the ones actually in the wrong, or they're the ones that are causing you to jeopardize your account. Do watch your closely. Secure, even if you don't have bouncers or you don't have mods, because you don't know anybody, can't trust anybody. Make sure you watch every little single account that enters your live stream. Watch what they write, how they write, what they write, because there's certain, when you're live, there's certain things, code words that they write, that TikTok security or cybersecurity will kick or ban your account. And also to watch how you respond back to them. Definitely. Or your best bet is just ignore ignore them in generally, if you can. I know it's kind of hard. If you get yourself all worked up, you get, I know some people are very sensitive. You get all worked up, you start crying and that kind of stuff like that. All of a sudden, what's going to happen is TikTok is going to ban you, not the bully. Because it's happening, because they're placing their comments, rude girls comments, on your live stream account that you're on, and they're the cause of you to lose your account. So you kind of have to, while you're on social media, you kind of have to control your emotions. I know it's kind of hard. And definitely, I know it is hard for some people, definitely, but definitely watch how you conduct yourself on there, or how you respond to those kind of comments. That's why a lot of people are can't figure out why their accounts are getting banned, because they actually, yes, they have the right to video stitch the person. They have the right to put them on the spot on TikTok. They have the right to call them out, but that calling out is the people that own TikTok, because you're calling them out. TikTok actually will manipulate and turn the problem onto you, not they'll kick you instead of the person that they kick. Mark Zuckerberg does the same shit, for no reason. Gary Vee, Mark Zuckerberg, they're not all there in the head. I can honestly say that. So basically, do watch. As much, your best bet to protect your account is just to ignore that from getting into that kind of a conversation. Don't give that conversation the time of day. Don't even call people out. Don't take their videos from their account site. Don't repost it. Don't post a picture. Don't call them out. If you can, because you're just going to harm your own account. Because Gary Vee is going to attack your account, because for some reason Gary Vee will protect these bullies. Same with Mark Zuckerberg. Definitely, it is wrong, I know, but they don't. Everything is all computer, internet, algorithm based, digitally operated. So technically, they don't know. Basically, when you go live on social media, um, you're technically on a television set. Um, you're basically part of the computer or part of the algorithm itself. So basically, you are human, but um, you're basically operating your whole entire life on a computer, and a machinery is controlling your whole entire lifestyle. That's what social media is, to machine. That's why they call it an algorithm. It is a computer that projects you from, like when you have your webcam, like I am now, they project you from your home onto these social media platforms. You become part of that machine. Definitely. Technically, when you're on live social media, like if you're out and around the public, yeah, you're human. But when you're on social media, like I'm now, talking, or you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook, people don't see you as they would out down in the downtown core, in person. They treat you as a machine. They treat you as a computer, because that's what you are when you're on live social media. You're nothing but a television channel. You're nothing but a TV show. People can shut you off and shut you up at any time of a push of a button, indefinitely. Basically, you're behind a screen. You're on a TV set, a computer TV set, TV screen. Welcome to the wonderful world of digital technology and television. That's what TikTok is. It is a television app. YouTube Live, it's a television app. Facebook, it's a television app. Beagle, it's a television app. Where you can actually, you don't really get to socialize with anybody in human. Sorry, you don't get to really. So I am human. You don't get to really you don't get to socialize with anybody in person. You don't even get a chance to meet these people in person, because they live across the world. All these people that you can't connect with or you socialize with, you're doing it through a machine. You're doing it on a computer. So even in your past life, if they even remember you from your childhood, to the out, because the fact that you all start to meet up again on computer, on internet, you're meeting up through machinery. They haven't seen you for years, so they can't pinpoint who you are. You're just a computer talking. You're just typing back and forth with each other. There's people that I knew from my childhood that I ran into on TikTok. Used to live in Peterborough. They lived other places. They now live in other places. Again, they wouldn't remember me because everything's on computers nowadays. Everything's on internet. You're not there in person, having tea or coffee with them, or you're not sitting at Tim Hortons with them anymore, because we can't do that. You're online. You're communicating through a computer, through a digital machinery device. So, and on these different platforms. Now I'm going by my real name on TikTok, but and Facebook, I'm under Facebook and YouTube. I'm under Gypsy Rover T-Plane. Gypsy Rover is my camp nickname from my childhood summer camp name. T-Plane, T for Tim is Tim Plane. Timothy Plane is my full name, my real name, but I mixed it in with a nickname. But see, this is what I said. When you're on a computer, you're part of the machine. So when you email somebody on computers, um, you're technically you're a robot. You like it or not, that's what you are. Even though you're not in reality, I'm not really a robot. But when you're on the internet, you're on the computer. Um, you're socializing by machinery and technology, science and technology. So technically the other person at the other end, uh, to all of us, um, we're automatically part of the computer algorithm. Um, we're robotical. Um, Basically, we're a TV show just talking back and forth to each other, either by video cam or by FaceTime, or by Facebook Messenger. If you get into that part of it, I haven't done that yet, but I'm afraid to on TikTok, honestly, because there's a lot of people on TikTok I don't even know where they're coming from, and I'm not going to. Even when I go live on TikTok, there's a couple people who wanted me to video chat them, um, and I want to get to know people first before I start doing that, because, like I said, you don't know where half these people are coming from. You know what I mean? Like like you're only communicating through a mechanical device or a robotical machinery device back and forth. Some of these people have never met you, or you've never met them in person. Mainly not with these times. Mainly you may never. Be a miracle if you ever do, unless they live locally close to where you live. But other than that, that's why I said it is. Even your close friends that you might have went to school with, you haven't seen for a long time. Again, during these times, you're talking back and forth. To them, you're a machine. To you, they're a machine. It is all robotical operated, digitally operated. That is what you call digital science, technology science, right? But yeah. Oh man, the sun's bright. You know what? I'm gonna let that curtain down, definitely, because it is getting bright in here, definitely. And but yeah, so that is a totally difference. And also during these times too, we can't travel, so unless the only way you travel is if you do what I did, go get vaccinated. Definitely, or you can't travel. You won't be allowed to. Like if I ever wanted to go for a bus ride down to visit my cousin Tony in Montreal for a day or a weekend, I'm glad I started getting vaccinated, because if you're not vaccinated, you can't board that bus. You're not allowed to. You ain't going nowhere. You're sitting at home in your underwear. Other than that, wishing you were there. But yeah, so those, man, I'm starting to talk like Dr. Seuss. Bad. Totally bad. Hope I don't get fish flies through my window. Totally. But yeah, so there's a bit of sense of humor there for you guys. Definitely. But that's what I said. Other than that, right now all our socializing is all done online. It's all done through computers, through machinery. And besides, for me to plan a trip down to Montreal for a day, the thing with that is it has to be on my cousin's timing when he's not working, and plus he's a busy man. He's always a doc. He went through college, university. He's only one out of us nephews that went to be a doctor, a brain neurologist. that kind of stuff like that when he's not so busy. Which he's very hard type guy to connect with. Always has been. That kind of stuff like that. Now, because he has never ever met my wife in person. He's talked to her on the phone a couple times. Or when my mom died, he's talked to her on the phone, but he has never actually met her in person. And definitely, and then these times hit. But yes, and that too. That's why I'm glad that I got my first dosage, and vaccinated, and that kind of stuff like that. I get my second vaccination in the fall in September. So, but like I mean, if I want to go visit my cousin in Montreal, to board a bus, you have to be vaccinated. It's going to be part of the procedure of this vaccination passporting. Definitely, or you can't go nowhere when they open things up. If you're not vaccinated, you ain't getting into stores, you're not getting into concerts, you're not getting into Canada's Wonderland, Marineland, you're not getting in anywhere. You're not getting into the grocery stores, not even Tim Hortons if you're not vaccinated. You're not getting into these places. They're not going to let you in. They're going to tell you stay out. They're gonna either ask you to show proof that you've been vaccinated. If you can't show proof that you're vaccinated, or you're not or people tell them that they're not vaccinated, they won't be allowed in anywhere. The laws are kind of get strict. It's called the New World Order. It's very, very, very what you call government controlled and dictated. That's how economy is changing. That is what I'm understanding, anyways, just by listening to the media. That kind of stuff like that so far is a little bit what we're picking up on, and definitely that kind of thing like that. But yeah, or if you have let's say if you're working somewhere or whatever, and your employer requires you to go get vaccinated, you can't argue it. You have to, or you're fired from your job. Definitely. And it is your choice if you choose not to get vaccinated. If you choose not to get vaccinated, that will stop you from ever applying for a job anywhere else, because you'll get the same results. They are going to be that cruel with you in generally. It is making things all equally fair, definitely, to stop and control the spread of COVID-19 virus, that kind of stuff like that, to protect them and the people that work there, and other people. It sounds strict, but that's the way they're going to be. We have no human being has any control over anything, really. While these times are hitting, especially if churches are allowed to, when the churches are allowed to reopen, same thing's going to be happening. If the church requires for you to sit in their congregation to be vaccinated, you'll have to be vaccinated, or you're not allowed into church. Basically, they're gonna adios you out of every place if you're not vaccinated, and it's in their rights to. Definitely. This is why I'm glad I got vaccinated. I'm not getting kicked out of places. So that's why I was smart. I did my part, got vaccinated. So that way I can continue to do my grocery shopping. So I can go into my bank, do my banking. That way, if I have to go to my doctor's appointments, I can go to my doctor's appointments. If I have to go to my dentist appointments, I want to go back to my 1 day a week job. I got vaccinated, so I can go back do what I normally go back to do what I was doing normally. Go back to my normal life. In generally, I wasn't. I had respect not to sit there and say no. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I just complied by the rules, shut my mouth, and got vaccinated. Rolled up my sleeve. It's not that hard. Go book an appointment. Definitely. Um, and it's respect for other people, um, to to fight these things off. Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that. And I know it's understandable. Yeah, the government can't push it, but in ways, yes, they can. Um, it's all in Canadian and American Constitution, and nobody knew for years it was, um, that they can enforce it, and schools can enforce it, or your kids can't go to school. Um, those are what they mean by rights and consequences that will be taken away. Um, and generally on those ones, and how strict economy itself is going to get. You can't, if people that choose not to get vaccinated, they won't be allowed to board a plane, they won't be allowed to board a train, a boat, cruise, nothing. There goes your Jamaican trip down the toilet. There goes your Florida trip down the toilet because they won't let you through the airport if you're not vaccinated. Um, they will get strict. They will have every right to. Um, they have what you call, they will, if people start going through their that chose not to be vaccinated, they have what you call a no-fly list. That means that people that go on the no-fly list are people that chose not to be vaccinated. That may be a threat to spreading the virus. They have every right to say, you know what, if you want to travel, go get vaccinated. You want to go back to work? Go get vaccinated. You want to, if you need to go to the hospital for anything, you want to see if a doctor needs to see you, go get vaccinated. Or that doctor ain't gonna touch you. They ain't gonna waste their time or day with you. They're only going to be for us people that are vaccinated. Are the only ones they are going to work with. Um, that is their rights, at their ends, anyways. Is how I'm understanding it. If I'm understanding it correctly, um, that kind of stuff like that, just by understanding and by reading up on their websites or the CDC's websites, or Canadian health websites, that kind of stuff like that, um, is how the Ministry of Health is actually presentationing it, or how I'm interpreting it, anyways, or how I'm sensing the direction we're going. Um, Definitely. Just by watching, listening to what they're have to saying, or when Doug Ford gets up and speaks. Now, I'm not putting him on a high pedestal. Neither am I putting Justin Trudeau on a high pedestal. But when they get up and speak, and in ways they're trying to warn you of something, or times that are coming, what's going to happen to those people that choose not to get vaccinated. They're gonna pay a very, even though yes, it is their own personal choice, they're going to pay one hell of a price, for not privileges, rights will be taken away from them, will be stripped away from them. It could even involve criminal persecution, or communist martial law being involved. Not good. So save the trouble. Go get vaccinated. So you can go back to your normal life like the rest of us. It's just a prick in the arm. Totally. That's there. I made my statement. I didn't even have to be on TikTok to make that statement. But yes, that's how I'm understanding it, anyways. And fortunately, our province is going to be the first one to experiment on the new laws and that kind of stuff like that. So, in a way, yes, I'm glad I went and got vaccinated. So that way, I am not going to have to suffer, that kind of persecution. Um, Now, and like I said, my second one is in September. So, then it that then yeah, then yeah, like I so technically yes, I am vaccinated. So my fear, fear of fearing COVID itself is over for me, anyways. Um, Definitely. So you know, I don't have to worry about fearing my own livelihood, um, and that kind of stuff like that. On the kind of times we're going to be seeing, definitely. But yeah, that's basically what they're trying to say is those that choose not to get vaccinated, you're not going to return to normal life. You're not going to you're always going to be stuck with stay home orders. They will always lock you down. Um, Basically, is what they're getting at. Um, More or less means you won't be allowed anywhere. That you won't be allowed to go shopping. You won't even allowed to go into a movie theater to watch a movie. Um, there's going to be big consequences. Definitely is basically what they're trying to get at, um, and that kind of stuff like that. So to keep the non-vaccinated people away from us vaccinated people, um, is what they're trying to warn you of, what they're trying to tell you. And these times were predicted way back in way before I was born. Um, they were predicted back in the 50s and the 60s. Now these times, now this is not the first time. I guess according to history, um, that these times have happened. These times happened during World War II, but they were worse. During my grandfather's time in World War II, these times hit too. Then everything from Area 51, that kind of Blue Planet project, the Nazi area, everything. All these times happened before. This is not the first time we've ever experienced these kind of times. But these times, even all the way through the 50s and 60s, um, way before I was born, was actually predicted by big time evangelist guys like Bill Gates. All these guys tried to warn you of all these times coming. All these big religious leaders, all these big charismatic leaders, vineyard leaders that people wouldn't listen to, or what we today we call Bible puppets, thumpers, have even all through the 80s and 90s, or even through the Neil Diamond era, even when Neil Diamond was a kid back in the 40s and the 50s, when the first time it happened during World War II, or after World War II, when Neil Diamond came about, when he started going big. Even he told all his church crusades or his big crusades then, um, big evangelist crusades. He tried warning his congregation people of these times coming. They all did. And people didn't listen. They thought it was all, they took it as all bullshit. In a way, yes, in a way. It's because stuff that it was people didn't think was non-reality is now becoming reality all over again. It's called history repeating itself. Um, and everything from back to the early times is. I'm surprised the witch trials didn't try to repeat itself. I better shut my mouth. I'm not a witch, but I not giving any ideas to any government, because if I put my foot in my mouth, they'll be back up burning witches again. No, thank you. I'm not a witch though. Don't worry about that. But but I have friends that are. This is why like I said, that there, I mean, that's a touchy department. Um, even if you cosplay one, yeah, you know, we don't want those times starting over again either. And it's so easy during these times for those times to start up again too, because it was all part of history. Um, I'm not giving any governments any ideas. Definitely. They got enough stupid ideas in their head already. Not by me, thank God. Um, but yeah, like I said, we're seeing times that were talked about for years by big leaders, and nobody ever paid attention to. Nobody listened to. Um, it was, again, it was their choice not to listen. Um, you know, but yeah, but again, now we're starting to see with our own eyes. Everything thing back those days they predicted is now happening. Um, that is the truth part of things. But yeah, I'm gonna get off again. Like I said, this was just a quick topic. Definitely, I'm gonna get off that topic because this topic is very, very, very deep. I'm gonna end up with negativity followers here shortly. Um, Definitely. But like I said, it is this is the way our this these are the way our times are going, and what's going on around us. Definitely. Um, that kind of stuff like that, and it's out of our control. It's out of our control. That's why I said it is. Like I said, it is like I said, guys, just do your part. Um, you know, if you can, make the right choice. Double think your choices through, and do the right thing, and go get vaccinated. Um, that's all I can say. Then you can get back to your regular lifestyle. You can go, you can travel again, you can be with your friends again, that kind of stuff like that. Um, or if it is still strongly your choice not to get vaccinated, that's fine. But you can kiss your friends goodbye. You can kiss all your rights goodbye, because that's what the government's doing. They're gonna ban you from places. They're gonna keep you off of airplanes. They're gonna keep you off of those fancy cruise ships you want to go on. Only us vaccinated people will be allowed on there. um, that's what I said. You won't be allowed to board a bus. You won't be able to go into a music theater hall. You won't be able to go into a movie theater. You won't even be allowed in McDonald's or any restaurants you're used to going to. Bowling alleys, circuses, events. Canada Day parties when they start back up the fair, the exhibition. You know, all those places will start kicking you out. That's how bad it's getting. I can't say getting bad. In a way, yes, it is good. But it's going to get that strict. That's what they're trying to tell you. In generally, but that's why I said like my wife and I, we did our part. We complied by the rules. We stayed home. We only went out for when it was essential needs. We booked our vaccination appointment. We went, got vaccinated. We have one more vaccination appointment to go through, which is coming up this fall, and we're back to normal. We're back to normal life. That kind of stuff like that. We didn't argue it. We didn't say we weren't going to do this. We didn't say we're not going to do that. We want our normal life back. We don't want to be shut in. We don't want to be shut in and locked down our whole entire life. And those people that honestly choose not to get vaccinated, you're going to be locked down for the rest of your life. You're going to be you actually or probably could go deeper into totally government isolation. Possibly into what they call COVID camps, away from us people that are vaccinated. Totally. Those are some of the warnings that are yet to come or could come in the next few years. Totally. So really, even though it is your own personal choices, but really think about your choices when you're making them. Definitely. And what you're doing to yourself, what you're doing to your family. In the long run, instead of thinking about yourself, think about others. what your choices that you make will always affect other people. Always remember that. That is a very hard quote. Again, that is a very, 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 very hard quote to ever to listen to, or to understand. I know I grew up in a generation with a lot of different quotes. Growing up as a kid, I remember when I was a kid. I don't think it's a quote anymore. When I was a kid, there was quotes like "fake it till you make it." If you can't bake it, don't shake it. those, those. So I'm getting a little comical now on that one. Definitely. Those were quotes I heard when I was a kid. Definitely. And there was a lot more other ones too as well. They were a lot more comical. Billy Crack Corn and I Don't Care was another one. What other ones? There was a lot of other ones that I always liked. Always did like. That was so comical. Oh, a polite way of telling people to. Oh, never mind. We're not going to go there. Another one that I always growing up heard, it was a really bad one, was "Go Honk on Bobo." That actually became a country song, by the way. I forget who wrote it. I know I've heard the worst. Honestly, I've growing up in the born in 1980, growing up in the 1990s, even as a kid, the townhouses I lived in, I had a neighbor. He would come out with all these gross quotes, and I got hooked on saying those because that's what I was taught in the 1990s. Definitely, back those days they weren't gross to say. They were open-minded comments, or what you call. How to be open-minded, a polite way of telling people to get lost, on different translations on those. Definitely. I know I used to have a kid on my bus, and we were on the same school bus together, and they were going between 5 different schools. I am surprised I even became bus monitor patrol on that bus when I was grade 8. He was actually he would tell everybody to go Hong Kong Bobo. And I always asked him, I said, what the hell is Hong Kong Bobo? And I was only grade 8, right? And I was bus patrol monitor. I was too busy throwing people's lunches at the window, on the bus. He said, if you do not want the teachers to catch you or the bus driver to catch you using profanity language or telling somebody to fuck off, you would tell them to go Hong Kong Bobo. It was a politer term, a way of telling you to fuck off. Definitely. That was how we twisted our vocabulary around back those days. Totally. So we had teachers that didn't pick up in school what we were saying. When we used that word, it was a hillbilly word. It was a redneck hillbilly word. We used to use that as a kid. I picked up on that word too much. I got hooked on it. But yeah, but yes, this is what I was. This is what I was getting at. Like I said with that word, and there was other words that again there was other words that that I had picked up on too as a child too as well. I should have picked up on. There was that one. What was the other one? There was a bunch of bunch of other ones that I had heard. Yeah. Trust me. Yes, definitely. Don't ever become a Dickie D ice cream vendor. Ever. I was for a while during high school. Um, a couple summers in a big city. You get sung dirty song. Well, back now today, the kids this generations wouldn't know these songs unless their parents are teaching it to them. While when we were kids were very rude and arrogant. They are still today, not as bad as we were. Probably worse today than we were then. But I don't know which was worse, back then or now. I don't know. I think I have to say back in the 80s and 1990s, I think would have been the worst. Definitely, because every time the Dickie D ice cream guy come through, we buy our ice cream from them and that kind of stuff like that. We bum money off our parents to get, I used to bum money off my mom to get an ice cream cone or whatever like that off the bike. And that was when they were not charging taxes for stuff. One flat rate. And we used to we buy the ice cream from the drivers, and I became one myself for a while, ice cream vendor myself. And the kids would come up, they buy the ice cream, and they turn around and they would sing to us. They literally sing to us. They would buy the ice cream, you're nice and polite to them, and they would and plus we were giving away free pogs because it was a pog generation. And they would sing songs to us like Dickie D, Dickie Dumb, go stick your ice cream up your bum. I'm like, yeah, you rotten munchkins. They would buy their ice cream first, then they would insult us. Definitely. I just used to sit there and laugh. When I was a Dickie D ice cream vendor guy myself, I sat there and laughed. I was about 15 or 16. I was in cadets or whatever. But yeah, I just gotta laugh at her because, like I said, I was the same way till I was an ice cream bike vendor myself because I used to know the guys who used to run it. And I was saying the same. I was saying the same thing to the drivers when I was younger, in the 80s. But it was so comical, totally comical. And some of them didn't take it too well. Some of them didn't laugh at it. Some of them got offended. And definitely, they couldn't take a joke. Back those days was not a joking generation like it is today. Back those days, people couldn't take a joke. They were too damn serious. You could tell them the sky was pink and falling, and they believe you. They were not. They were so. And I'm not saying today that they're not just as easy offended, but they were really back in the 80s and 90s. Oh, they were very superstitious. People were back then were very superstitious, very what you call very easily offended. Probably more so today, but it was worse back then. But I remember those times growing up and that kind of stuff like that. Living in townhouses and the bikes were coming right into the townhouse. Then when you're at the ballparks, I remember when we were at the ballparks, we put the prices up. Definitely because we had to. And again, it was still one flat rate. Those were the best times because back in the 1990s, you could pull into like into a soccer field or a football field, outdoor soccer field, football field with a Dickie D bike, sell ice cream for one flat rate, no taxes. Loved it. Things were cheap to buy. Not today. Not this generation. But that generation, oh yeah, shit was cheap to buy. We had taxes. We didn't have much taxes like we have today. We didn't experience much taxes on stuff until fucking Maroney came into office. back in 1995, 96. But we had Trudeau's father before then. Fuck. Never failed. But yeah, yeah, I remember growing up in those times. But yeah, so that's what I said back in the 90s, guys. Things were cheaper to buy, and we didn't have taxes yet until voting idiots decided they're going to vote Mulroney in. I remember that. And Harris, I forget what his first name was. The one who tried to destroy the grade 9 curriculum, the Harris government. I remember that. I forget what his first name was. I should have remembered that. I grew up in the 1990s. But I remember those times. Definitely. But yeah, that was when Mulroney invented the loonie. He was a loony for inventing the loony. That's how the loony generation started. Other than that, it was all paper bills. Only thing we had in coins was just pennies, and of course our quarters, and nickels and dimes. And then after that, after the loony generation, we came into a toonie generation. Then they did away with the $2 bill. I remember that totally. But yeah, so I guess this is your history lessons for today, kids. Thank you for tuning on in, and have a great day. Bye for now. And where does this end?